Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society.
Shabbat Shalom.
Chozin. Barku et Yahuwah Hamborak. Barku et Adonai Hamborak.
Baruch, leader. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. Leader with congregational response. Baruch Adonai Hamvorach le'olam va'id.
Chozin. Barku et Yahuwah Hamborak. Barku et Adonai Hamborak. The reader. Bless ye, bless y'all, Adonai, Adonai, Jah, Rastafari, who is to be blessed. Barku et Adonai Hamborach. Baruki Yahuwah Hamborach le'olam wa'ed. Congregation, aggregation, and the reader. Blessed is Adonai. Baruch Adonai Hamborak. Blessed is Adonai Jah Rastafari, who is to be blessed. Baruch Adonai Hamborak le'olam wa'ad. Forever and ever. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu melech ha'olam asher bidabaro ma'eriv iraim b'hakamach poteach she'arim ua bitabuna shane. Blessed art thou, the I, Adonai, I Elohim, King of the universe, of the universal King. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech ha'olam, who at thy word bringest on the evening twilight, with wisdom openest the gates of the heavens, and with understanding changes times and various the seasons, and arranges the stars in their watches in the sky, according to thy will. Thou, the eye, createst day and night. Thou, the eye, rollest away the light from before the darkness, and the darkness from before the light. Thou, the eye, makest the day to pass and the night to approach, and dividest the day from the night. Yahweh Baot Adonai of hosts is the I name. El Chai, Wik I am, and El living, the living El, and enduring continually, itinually. Mayest thou reign over us, over I and I, forever and ever. Baruch atah Adonai ha ma'erib ravim. Blessed art thou, the I, Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who brings on the evening twilight. Ahavata olam, Beita Yisrael amika. Ahavta, with everlasting, ever-living love, thou hast loved the Beita Yisrael, the house of Israel, amika, the I people. A law and commandments, statutes and judgments hast thou, the I, taught us, I and I. Torah, mitzvot, chukim, mishpatim, otanu, Therefore, Yahweh Eloheinu, Adonai, I and I Elohim, when we lay down and when I and I rise up, I and I will meditate, will meditate on thy statutes. Yea, I and I will rejoice in the words of the Torah, the law, and the commandments forever, forever. For they are I and I life and length of days of I and I days, and I and I will meditate on them day and night. And mayest thou, the I, never take away thy love from I and I. Baruch atah Adonai, Ohev Amo Yisrael. Blessed art thou, the I, O Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who lovest thy people, Yisrael. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Yisrael, Adonai Jah Rastafari, and Elohim. Adonai Jah Rastafari is one, is the one. Baruch Shem Kvoda Malkuto Le'olam Wa'ad. Blessed be his name, whose glorious kingdom is forever and ever, forever and ever. Ve'ahavta et Yahweh Eloheka b'kol levaveka u'b'kol nafsheka u'b'kol me'odeka. And thou, the I, shall love Yahweh Jehovah, he who be, the I Elohim, with all thine heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be upon thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently to thy children. So talk of them when thou sittest in thine beitika, in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, upon yadika, and they shall be for frontlets between thine eyes, and thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of beitika, the I house, and upon thy gates. Bisha'areka. And it shall come to pass, if y'all shall hearken diligently to my commandments, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh Elohim, Jehovah, Yahweh Elohim, true good, true God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, your psyche, that I will give the rain of your land in its season, the former rain and the latter rain, that I mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thine oil. And I will give grass in thy field for thy cattle, and thou shalt eat and be satisfied. Take heed to yourselves, lest your heart be deceived, and ye all turn aside and serve Elohim Acharim, other Elohim, and worship them. And the anger of Adonai Jah Rastafari be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and the land yield not her fruit, and ye all perish quickly from off the good land which Jehovah giveth you. Therefore shall ye all lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul and in your psyche, and ye all shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be for frontlets between your eyes. And ye all shall teach them your children, talking of them when thou sittest in Beiteka, in the I house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou, the I, shalt write them upon the doorposts of Beiteka, the I house, the I beit, and upon thy gates, that your children that your days may be multiplied in the days of your children upon the land which Jehovah sware to your fathers, your patriarchs, to give them, as the days of Shemaim, the heavens above the earth, the earthly plane. And Yahweh and Jehovah spake to Moshe and Lamor, saying, speak to the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Israel, and bid them that they make them a fringe upon the corners of their garments throughout their generations. And they put upon the fringe of each corner a cord of blue, and it shall be to you for a fringe, that ye all may look upon it and remember all the commandments of Adonai Jah Rastafari, and do them, and that ye all go not about after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye all used to go astray, that ye all may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy, eyeless, set apart to y'all Elohim, true good, true God. Ani Yahweh Elohim Asher Hotzeiti Etkem Me'aretz Mitzrayim Lihiota Lakem Elohim. Ani Yahweh Elohim. I be he who be y'all Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Kemet, to be your Elohim, true good, true God. Ani Yahweh Elohim. I be he who be y'all Elohim. Amen. With Emunah Kol Zot. True and trustworthy is all this. And it is established with us, with I and I, that He is Yahweh, Jehovah, Eloheinu, I and I Elohim, I and I true good, I and I true God, and there is none beside Him. And that we, that I and I, Yisrael, are Amo, His people. It is He who redeemed us, I and I, from the hand of kings. Even I and I, King, who delivered us, I and I, from the grasp of all the terrible ones. Ha-El, the true good, the true God, who on our behalf dealt out punishment to our adversaries and requited all the enemies of I and I soul, of I and I psyche, who doest great things past finding out, yea, and wonders without number, who holdest I and I soul, I and I psyche in life and liberty, and have not suffered our feet, I and I feet to be moved, who made us, I and I tread upon the high places of I and I enemies, and exalted I and I horn over all them that hated I and I, that hated us, who wrought for us, for I and I miracles and vengeance upon all Pharaoh, signs and wonders in the land of the children of Cam, the children of Kemet, the children of Ham, who in his rod smote all the firstborn of Mitzrayim of Kemet, and brought forth Amo Yisrael from among them to everlasting and living freeness, who made his children pass between the divisions of the Yam Suf, the Etzar Bahir, the Red Sea, the Eritrean Sea, but sank their pursuers and their enemies in the depths. Then his children beheld his might, they praised and gave thanks, for Isis to Shemo, his name, and willingly accepted his sovereignty. Moshe and the Bnei Yisrael and the sons of children of Israel sang a song to thee, the I, with great joy, saying, all of them, Ki akamoka ba'elim Yahweh mi akamoka ne itara ba'kodesh nora tehilota ose pele. Who is like to thee, Yahweh, Jehovah, among the mighty ones, mi kamoka ba'elim Yahweh, who is like to thee, mi kamoka, glorious in holiness and islandness, ne idara ba'kodesh, reverent in praises, nora tehilot, doing wonders, ose pele. Thy children beheld thy sovereign power, as thou didst cleave the sea before Moshe. They exclaimed, Ze Eli Anu with Amru. This is my El Eli Haliai Ze Eli, and said, Yahweh Jehovah shall reign for ever and ever. Yahweh Yimloka le'olama wa'ad. And it is said, for Yahweh Jehovah hath delivered Yaakov Jacob, and redeemed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he. Baruch atah Adonai Ta'ala Yisrael. Blessed art thou, Adonai, Rastafari, who hath redeemed Yisrael, Ethiopia. Cause us, I and I, Yahweh Eloheinu, Jehovah, I and I, Elohim, true good, true God, to lie down in peace, Li Shalom, and rise and raise I and I up, Malkeinu. Oh, I and I, King Negusene, I and I, Negus, to life, Le Chayim. Spread over us, over I and I, the tabernacle of the eyepiece of the eye, Shalom. Direct us, direct I and I aright through thine own good counsel. Save us, save I and I for thy name, for the Hashem's sake, the I name's sake. Be thou a shield about us, about I and I. Remove from us, I and I, every enemy, pestilence, sword, famine, and sorrow. Remove also the adversity and the adversary from before I and from behind I and I. Oh, shelter us, shelter I and I beneath the shadow of the eye wings. For thou, O El, Ki El, for thou, O El, art I and I guardian and I and I deliverer. Ki El, Shomareinu, Uamat Eleinu, yea, thou, Ata, O El, Ki El, Meleka, Chanun, Wirachum, Ata, Ushmora, Tzeyateinu, Ua Boeinu, Lechayim, Ula Shalom, Me Ata, U'ada Aulam. Yea, thou, El, art a gracious and merciful King, a gracious and merciful Negus, and guard I and I going out, and I and I coming in to life and to peace from this time, from this hour forth, and forevermore. Ufrosha Aleinu Sukata Shilomecha. Blessed art thou, the I, Adonai, Jah, Rastafari, who spreadest the tabernacle of thy peace over us, over I, and over Amikah, the I people, Yisrael, and over Yerushalayim. Baruch atah Yahweh, ha Poresh Sukata Shalom Aleinu. We're all called Amo Yisrael. We're all Yerushalayim.
Shabbat Shalom.
Baruch Leader. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. Leader with congregational response. Baruch Adonai Hamvorach le'olam va'ed.
Yes, sir. Woody
Hear, O Israel, 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 Israel.
Shema Yisrael.
The Lord our God,
Adonai Elohenu,
is one Lord.
Adonai Echad.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates, my gates. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thine house, and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth, 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 upon the earth. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring, that ye may remember, and do all my commands, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
God is watching you.
Lion of Judah Society.
Days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
Psalm 95.
מזמור צדיהם.
O come, let us sing unto the Lord, the Lord, the Lord.
לכו נרננה על אדוני, על אדוני, על אדוני, על אדוני.
Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Salvation, salvation.
נריע לצור ישענו, 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 ישענו.
Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, thanksgiving, thanksgiving.
נקדמה פניו בתודה, בתודה, בתודה.
And make a joyful noise unto him with psalm, with psalm, with psalm.
בזמירות נריע לו, נריע לו, נריע לו, נריע לו.
For the Lord is a great God, great God, great God, great God.
כי אל גדול אדוני, גדול אדוני, גדול אדוני, גדול אדוני.
And a great king above all God, above all God, above all God, above all God.
הוא מלך גדול על כל אלוהים, על כל אלוהים, על כל אלוהים, כל אלוהים, כל אלוהים,
Above all God, above all God, above all God, above all. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest, 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 Psalm 96.
מזמור צדק ו'.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש.
Sing unto the Lord, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth.
שירו לאדוני כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ.
Sing unto the Lord, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name.
שירו לאדוני ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו.
Show forth his salvation from day to day, 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 day to day.
בשרו מיום ליום ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen.
ספרו בגויים כבודו, 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 כבודו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people, 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 people.
בכל העמים נפלאותיו, נפלאותיו, נפלאותיו.
For the Lord is great, but is great, but is great, but is great, but is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, נורא הוא על כל אלוהים, 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 אלוהים.
For the Lord is great, 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 great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kindreds of the people, give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof. Let the field be joyful and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth, his truth, his truth, his truth, his truth, his truth. Psalm 97.
מזמור צד זין.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the earth rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
תגל הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof, be glad thereof, be glad thereof.
ישמחו איים רבים, 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 רבים.
Clouds and darkness are round about him, around about him, around about him, around about him.
ענן וערפל סביביו, 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 סביביו.
Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne, of his throne, of his throne, of his throne.
צדק ומשפט מכון כסאו, 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 כסאו.
A fire goeth before him, before him, before him, before him.
אש לפניו תלך, 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 תלך.
And burneth up his enemies round about, his round about, his round about, his round about, his round about.
ותלהט סביב צריו, 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 צריו.
His lightnings and light, lightnings and light, lightnings and light, lightnings and light.
העירו ורקב תבל, 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 תבל.
His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Light is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness, of his holiness, of his holiness, of his holiness. Psalm 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור, 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 מזמור.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, 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 חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, 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 עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, holy arm, holy arm, holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, 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 ימינו.
Hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, 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 קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, 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 with equity. Psalm 99.
מזמור צד ט', צד ט', צד ט', צד.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the people tremble, tremble. He sitteth between the cherubims. Let the earth be moved, be moved, be moved, be moved.
יושב קרובים תנות הארץ.
The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy, 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 for it is holy. The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy, 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 for he is holy. Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies, and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that forgavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God, and worship at his holy hill. For the Lord our God is holy, 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 holy. Psalm 29.
מזמור כ"ט, מזמור לדוד.
Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty.
הבו לאדוני בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים.
Give unto the Lord glory and strength, and strength, and strength, and strength.
הבו לאדוני כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name, to his name, to his name.
הבו לאדוני כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו.
Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness.
השתחוו לאדוני בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש.
The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters.
קול אדוני על המים, 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 המים.
The God of glory thundereth, 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 thundereth.
אל הכבוד הרעים, 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 הרעים.
The Lord is upon many waters, many waters, many waters, many waters.
אדוני על מים רבים, 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 רבים.
The voice of the Lord is powerful, 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 powerful.
קול אדוני בכוח, 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 בכוח.
The voice of the Lord is full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty, full of.
קול אדוני בהדר, 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 בהדר.
The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, the cedars, the cedars, the cedars.
קול אדוני שובר ארזים, 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 ארזים.
Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon.
וישבר אדוני את ארזי הלבנון, 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 הלבנון.
He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Lion of Judah Society.
Shabbat Shalom.
Your Imperial Majesty, as a mature Christian, have you a special word for young people of these days?
በዚህ ቀን የኛ ግዛት ውስጥ ላለው ሁሉ ነው የምንናገረው።
On this occasion, I address also all those within our empire. Our Christianity is not restricted to a given church, and I stress above all that we do not wish to make distinctions. My advice to all is to fulfill the 10 Commandments. You are aware of the contents of the 10 Commandments and can elaborate on it. If the nation for which I am the emperor follows and accepts this, since it's also what I accept and follow, I would believe our country is not only historically Christian, but also actively Christian.
Ana b'koach gedulata yeminika tatira zerura. O Lord, we beseech thee to loosen with the greatness of thy powerful right hand those that are bound in captivity. Aver arina ta'amika sagarenu ta'herenu nora. Accept the cry of thy people, exalt and purify I and I, O thou who art tremendous. Na givor dorsheya Yehudeka gvavata shamrei. O most powerful God, we beseech thee to preserve as an apple of the eye those that seek thee, who art God alone. Barakema tahrema rachmea skidkateka tamida gamle. Bless and purify them, and continually requite them according to thy merciful, righteous. Chasina kadosha barova tuveka nachela edateka. O thou who art most mighty and holy, guide thy congregate, thy aggregate people in thine abundant goodness. Yachida ge'eh li'ameka b'nei zochre kedushateka. Thou who art God alone and most excellent, regard thy people and who continually make mention of thy holiness, of thy set apartness. Shawatenu kabel ushmaz aikatenu yodek ta'el mot. Accept our prayers and hearken to our I and I cries. O thou to whom all secrets are known. Baruch Hashem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olam Oed. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom, forever, for ever and ever and ever.
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lehadlik ner shel Shabbat.
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'bitz zanu ledlik ner shel Shabbat v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
For our God is a consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Is a consuming fire.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burns. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
Africans, beat the kete, bang up the conga drum. Bringing out, come out, Sabaja people, come. Some dep on the Indian reservation. Some will go on to repatriation. Some will claim the land of Canaan. And of the slave driver, them be a possession. Oh, oh. Set the flame and let them go. The flame. Set 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 the flame. Whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame. The angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the flame. The angels set the flame. Whenever we complain, set the flame. 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 Whenever we feel the flame, the angels set the
Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Glory be to my God and King. Glory be to the supreme being, Rastafari, the anointed one. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Glory be to my God and King. Glory be to the supreme being, Rastafari, the anointed one. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Don't you worry of people's politics. Don't you worry of the preacher man's liars. For you and me, we are imperfect. Jah alone is the one I salute. Him alone is the one you should serve. Him alone is the one you should praise. Him alone, defender of the faith. Him alone stands for the truth. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up. Trust in the Father. For the Father, He is the provider. I know sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up. Trust in the Father. For the Father, He is the provider. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away.
Shabbat Shalom.
Lion of Judah Society.
Lecha dodi, 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 dodi. Lecha dodi, likrat kala, pnei Shabbat, nikabala. Come, O friend, the bride to meet. Come, O friend, the Sabbath greets. Lecha dodi, likrat kala, pnei Shabbat, nikabala. To be repeated after each stanza. Lecha dodi likratia kala pnei Shabbatia nikabala. Keep and remember were fused in one word when the voice divine, Ivine, at Sinai was heard. Yahweh Echad Ushmo Echad. Yahweh, He who be, Jehovah. Yah, Jaja Echad Ushmo Echad. Yahweh, Jehovah is one, and one is His name. Yahweh Echad Ushmo Echad. L'shem u'l'tifareta v'tehillah. In Him is our glory, in Him our fame, fame. Lecha dodi likrati kala pnei Shabbatia nikabala. Oh, come, let us make I meet the Queen of Days, the Sabbath Shabbat yields joy in all her ways, the last of Elohim's walk, but first in His design. The Sabbath Shabbat foreshadows blessing, baraka, divine, blessings I find. Lecha dodi likratia kala, b'nei Shabbatia nikabala. Thou holy city, Isla city, thou shrine of Hamelech, of the king, of the Negus, even Negus Neges. Enough of thy grieving, come now and sing. Yahweh Jehovah will redeem thee. Lift up thy face, Yahweh Jehovah will restore thee again to His grace. Lecha dodi likratia kala, pnei Shabbatia nikabala. Shake off thy dust and rise from the mire. Come and bedeck thee in festive attire. Thy redemption is near, thy weeping let cease. Yahweh Jehovah will fulfill thy yearnings for peace. Lecha dodi likratia kala, pnei Shabbatia nikabala. Arise, oh arise, for come is thy light. The darkness is lifted, gone is the night. Awake, awake, sing the song of the free. See all thy homeless returning to thee. Lecha dodi likratia kala, pnei Shabbatia nikabala. Why art thou downcast? Why dost thou moan? Yahweh Jehovah His glory upon thee has shown. Thy foes he vanquished, thy foes he vaunt, he humbled their pride. Elohayik, the I Elohim has loved the I as bridegroom, his bride. Lekadodi likratia kalla, benesha patia nikabala. In freeness renewed again thou wilt thrive. Thy land will blossom, thy youth will revive. El Elohim's deeds we, I know, and ever acclaim, chanting our praises, I Isis, to his holy, his Isla name. Lekatotia likratia kalla, Penesha patia nikapala. We, I greet thee, O Sabbath, O Shabbat, O Sendatoi, crowned by Adonai, Rastafari. We, I hail thee, rejoicing in common accord. We, I are the faithful who bask in thy light. We, I welcome thy day. We, I welcome thy night. Lekadodia likratikala, Benesha badia nikabala. Come, O friends, the bride to meet. Come, O friend, the Sabbath, Ha-Shabbat, the Senbet greet.
Senbet Selam, Shabbat Shalom.
Lion of Judah Society.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew.
Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Work all week and now it's time to rest. Cook up the food and everything blessed. Lay back and pull the scriptures out. Family reading what it's all about. Giving full attention to the most high of creation. He hallowed it and made it a holy day. Separation. To be one with the most high and feel his essence. Destructions of the world have to be absent. We have to remember the fourth commandment until thy kingdom come. Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Holy day. I'm duty free from my responsibility for servitude. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's what the Father said we're supposed to do. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by the words that proceeded by him that sit up on the highest throne. From the heaven to the earth, angel and man abstain from work, just as it was from in the first. Why should I divert? Even lovers take vacation, traveling in spending time one-on-one. It's a way of strengthening their union. We should do the same thing with the Almighty One. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. Yes, it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat. Yes, it is the holy day. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. Yes, it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat. Yes, it is the holy day.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gate. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Psalm 92.
מזמור צדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השלום 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 השלום.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני, 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 לאדוני.
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך, 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 לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך העליון, העליון, העליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, it's in the morning, it's in the morning, it's in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך, 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 חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, every night, every night, every night.
ואמונתך בלילות, בלילות, בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, unrighteousness, no 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 unrighteousness.
Ajajawe.
the Most High, Jah Rastafari. On the salt tray, playing on the 10 string, showing love and kindness until the night. The brutish man would never know, neither does the fool overstand his soul. Cause Jah has made us triumph by the workings of our hands. Work and deep thought gives us purpose and a plan. Send me salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Send me salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. See when the wicked grow like the grass, workers of the iniquity hate your righteous path. Rastafari scatter them like sand amidst the shore. Enemies perish cause there's a time forevermore. But my heart shall wake up like the horn of Africa. See, I will be anointed with fresh oil, with fresh oil. Send me salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home and still. Send me salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Love me down, cause this at the time people get caught in a dissonant mind. Listen behind, Babylon come with a different design, and still it's all the same. Better relax, sit and recline. His Majesty said unity and only Jah know. See enough of them are the sick and the blind. You consider divine. And the place which get them all we call we high and I go sure. You find your peace in a life. Your face look different this time. You find petition and prayer, balance with spiritual life. Rasta are Israelite, where Babylon feel like trying to cut the branch. Please let it grow. The root of David, he could only be so. Got to take it easy, please take it slow. That's why I say, Send salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Send me salam, oh Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah. Oh well.
Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their wave. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, forever. Psalm 93.
מזמור צדקי מלך.
The Lord reigneth, 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 reigneth.
Adonai malach, malach, malach.
He is clothed with majesty, majesty, majesty.
Geut lavesh, 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 lavesh.
The Lord is clothed with strength, with strength, with strength.
Lavesh Adonai, Adonai, Adonai.
Wherewith he hath girded himself, himself, himself.
עוז התעזר, 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 התעזר.
The world also is established. That it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old. Thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever. Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever.
מזמור צדק אדוני מלאך גאות לבש אדוני עוז התעזר אף תיכון תבל בל תמות נכון כסאך מאז מעולם אתה נעשאו נהרות אדוני נעשאו נהרות קולם יישאו נהרות דוח ים מקולות מים רבים אדירים משברי ים אדיר במרום אדוני עדותיך נאמנו מאוד לביתך נאווה קודש אדוני לאורך ימים.
days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest.
Holy Emmanuel, like King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, Exabir, Yamasagan, sabbatical greetings, Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth loving kindness in the rising and faithfulness every night. Upon the instruments of 10 strings, upon the harp, Nayabingi. The Lord has made me glad through thy works, Selah. Today is the Sabbath day. Open a book of Psalms and chase the devil right away. Remember the Sabbath day. Give thanks and praises unto his holy name. Today is the Sabbath day. Affirm your agitation, fast and pray. Today is the Sabbath day. I shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, and everything I do will surely prosper. But the wicked are not so, like the chaff that driveth away. I know the world has gotten you down, and you've been wearing that old frown. Restore, renew, rejuvenate, repatriate, and straighten your whole crown. Render your heart and not your garments, and lift up your everlasting gates, and the King of glory out in. Who Jah bless, no man curse. The frankincense and myrrh were burning. Chopping up I Kali, weave with I hydrate them. Yeah! Taking a sip of life from the Chalora. He gives you strength and power. His mercy endure it forever. Highly I was crowned in Addis Ababa. So let the oil come down my locks and the skirts of my man garments. As I do, I sent from Hermon unto the Mount Sinai. The Most High Rastafari commanded this blessing. Today is a Sabbath day. Open the book of Proverbs, chase the devil right away. Remember the Sabbath day. Give thanks and praises unto his holy name. Today is a Sabbath day. Affirm your agitation, fast and pray. Today is a Sabbath day. I shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. Remember the sabbatical order and keep it holy. 6 days you will labor. Let's rejoice, celebrate and declare it. It was the last day for the Most High, the first day for I and I. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree in the courts of the Lord. Come in, my little ones, come in, my pretty ones, come into my Father's house. Why oh, come in, my little ones, come in, my pretty ones, come into my Father's house. My Father's house, it is built on love. My Father's house, it is built on love. His foundation is in all the mountains, the Most High Rastafari, all the gates of Zion, and all the dwellings of Jacob. Today is a Sabbath day. Open the book of His Majesty, chase the devil right away. Remember the Sabbath day. Give thanks and praises unto His holy name. Kadamawi.
Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Genesis 2:1-2 talks about the Sabbath. Enoch and Methuselah, they kept the Sabbath. Abraham, Isaac and Jacob kept the Sabbath. Don't forget the Sabbath day, eh? It's the way how they lived. They kept the Sabbath. Solomon and David, they kept the Sabbath. Praises they give the Most High on the Sabbath. Don't forget the Sabbath day, eh? Christ came in the earth and He kept the Sabbath. The early church, they kept the Sabbath. The 12 disciples, they kept the Sabbath. Don't forget the Sabbath day, eh? Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Don't you forget. Babylon want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Praises on the Sabbath. We take rest on the Sabbath. Don't work on the Sabbath. No buying and selling on the Sabbath. Because it is the Most High's day. We chill on the Sabbath, read the scriptures on the Sabbath, have a class on the Sabbath. We gather on the Sabbath, the assembly. We beat the drum on the Sabbath. We sing on the Sabbath. We don't do our own thing on the Sabbath. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Don't you forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Sabbath day. From the beginning of time, the Most High established the Sabbath day. Sabbath day. Why would people think the Most High would want to take that away? It's a day when mankind humble themselves, praise the Most High and pray. Pray from all the worldly things they have to turn away. So don't you forget it. Don't you forget never, it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget never, it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget Rome want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Genesis 2
want to talk about the Sabbath, Enoch and Methuselah. They kept the Sabbath, Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, Yeshua, the 12 disciples, the early churches.
Never let go of the Most High. I never let go of the Most High. I never let go of the Most High. 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 Never let go of.
Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam, Shabbat Shalom, Chabarim, Senbet Salam, here, TJIF, here, thank Jah, it's Friday podcast, thank Yahweh, hallelujah, here, the end of the Shabua, right here. Now, here we have this Torah reading and feeding, Naso, here the 35th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. And we have in this Torah reading here, Naso, it includes the cornerstone baraka. It's the cornerstone blessing, that word of blessing. Interestingly enough, it's found, where is it found? It's found in the Nazarite chapter, Numbers chapter 6, the great priestly blessing, Berkat HaKohanim. Now, many Yehudi and Torah observant communities, Beta Israelite and Torah observant communities, they often, begin, and also conclude services with this particular blessing, this priestly blessing. So here we have an opportunity right here. Let's see if we can cue this up on the screen. Chabarim, this Torah reading and feeding here, the 35th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. And here, for the Shabbat day, we come to the 7th, here, according to I counting, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, after the Order of Malkias Edek, we have Pentecost, or the Chamashim, Yom in the Hebrew, Chamashim, 50, Yom day, the 50th day, aka in the synagogue Greek, the koina Greek, we have Pentecost, Pentecost. And in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2, it's interesting at verse 1, it says, when Pentecost is fully come. Now, some other Yehudi Torah observing communities, and we touched on this already in the Shabua, they count different. They count that, Shavuot, has already come forward from the previous 7, right? But in our count, that would have only been 6 Shabbats, and not 7 Shabbats, according to a correct interpretation of Leviticus chapter 23. So this is why that verse in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2, verse 1 is so very interesting, right? Where it says, let's see if we can bring this up right here. When Pentecost is fully come. Give me one moment here to go to Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2, verse 1. Let's merge this, bring this on the screen right there. And on the whole NASA, that's also an interesting point there. NASA, as there's some memes out there, within social media and elsewhere on the internet, so forth and so on, that says that NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. NASA, the word Nasa, means to deceive. And we already corrected that by basic study, that is misreading of the transliteration and a misunderstanding of the phonetics, the phonetic code that you find. So we can get into that one a little bit more as well. But here's the verse on the screen right here. And when the day of Pentecost was fully come. Now that word fully come, sumplero, right? To fill completely, right? For example, as an example, like the hold of a ship, or to complete entirely, to be fulfilled see what it says, of time. So for others, even the Hebrew for Christians, we touched on that earlier as well. That's one of the places that we strongly disagree with, according to how we are able to read and understand the Torah. The morrow after the Shabbat, right? And nowhere within the first of the 3 times in the year, Passover, unleavened bread, first fruits, especially within the Passover and unleavened fruit, 7 days, as it mentioned, that is the Shabbat, as we have elsewhere. as we have with the Day of Trumpets. It says the first day of the 7th month will be a Shabbat. It's explicit. And then it says for Yom HaKippurim, that's falsely called Yom Kippur. Kippur mean a atonement. HaKippurim mean the coverings, like the coverings for Kol Yisrael. Let's just show this right here while it's scrolling in the background. Right there, that's one of the interesting prepping for Shavuot, because it occurs right around this season, this time, right? So that's what they say Nasa, right, means to deceive, but actually the word correctly is Nasha. Nasha, right? Nasha. Okay, there we go once again, Nasha. We got to zoom it in, to really see I think it's a screenshot, a picture from like the dictionary. Perhaps it's Strong's Concordance, the hard copy right there. But when we look at it close up, we'll do that. We'll look at it close up. It has an inverted arrowhead. I forget the phonetical name of that. There's a name in phonetics, an academic name for the upside down arrowhead, right? When it's above an S, that means the S is not pronounced as a S, but as a sh, not as a s, but as a sh, right? Therefore, it's syllabated, what they call syllabated. So instead of a S, a s, a nasa, it'll be nasha. Nasa, right? No, it's nasha. And nasha right there means to deceive, right? And we pointed to also the first reference that we found within the Torah, or what one's referred to as the Tanakh within the Hebrew scriptures, is in chapter 3. Chapter 3. Let me just check my memory. Chapter 3. That's where the whole Gan Ba'aden incident with the Nahash, the serpent, when Hawa, or the woman, right, the Isha, the Eshet, was asked why, what was the reason for her doing it? She said the serpent deceived her, nashed her. So this is significant because this also points out why we have to study to show ourselves approved. Because this, and anyone who really understands will know this is wrong. But yet many ones keep repeating it, right? Because keep repeating the lie, right? But basically, Nasa is the key word here in this 35th sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong, Naso. And for I here at this Shabua, this week here is coming to fulfillment. This will be the 7th, right? Shabbat, right? From the time of first fruits. And then we can look in the New Testament, the correspondence of Yeshua, Hanotri, Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua HaMoshiach, Adonainu's, his resurrection, right, on that first day of the Shabbat that the Gentiles call, quote, Sunday, the first day of the week. But notice the first day of the week that the Gentiles call Sunday, right, it corresponds to what the Torah says on the morrow after the Shabbat. So let's do this right here, because I think we have to do this right here for ones who might just be here for the first time and those who have heard this before, right? Well, iron sharpen iron. Repetition is good. Morrow after, the 3 key words, morrow after Sabbath. Morrow after Sabbath. All right, you can let that one run right there. Give thanks. But when you see those, that's what the connection is. The root word here is nasa, in naso et rosh. It's translated in the KJV as take the sum. But literally, naso et rosh, the key word for this 35th sabbatical study, naso, is lift up. Naso, lift up, right? Lift up, naso et rosh. Lift up the rosh. Rosh in Hebrew, right, is head. Rosh corresponding to Ras, and Re'is in the Ge'ez, and Rais in the Arabic, in the African, Afro-Semitic languages. But boom, here we go right here. Morrow after the Shabbat, right? Because here we are concluding, right, the count, right? So here in Leviticus, this is good here. You know why? Because it's the main word. This is the main phrase that is misinterpreted by other, Torah observant, and some of them have very good understanding of Hebrew. It's just interesting how ones will seek to misinterpret or misread, right? In other words, here's where the whole problem kind of begins right here, right? With some. And this is why we think that that Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2, verse 1, when it says, when Pentecost, the 50th day, was fully come, it's because some had a wrong count. We know that Robenu, our rabbi, the rabbi of Rabbi Yeshua HaNotri, Jesus of Nazareth, was checking and correcting, right, the other scholars of Torah, the other rabbis, the Pharisees, and the rest of them on their errors. Okay, yeah. There we go, right there. Look at this. See, the line just keeps repeating over and over and over and over again. This is amazing. It's amazing. See, pause that right there. Go. No. Next one with the scene sheen. The next one. Yeah, the next one coming forward. Right. So the line just keeps going on and on. Let the screen continue. There we go. So you see right there. I'll remove my link. You can see I just removed it right there so you can see the fuller fold. So the letters sheen and seen. Sight, you sight the seen, right? You sight the sheen. So we have the letters sheen, right, and seen, right, are the same basic consonant, but it's a different pronunciation. One is what is called unsyllabated, the seen, right? And then the other one, syllabated, right, is sheen, right? And of course, it's according in the later Hebrew, according to the placing of the nikudot. Nikudot are like the dots. You know, a jot, or a tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, right? Of the Torah, right? So we have right there seen and sheen. But it's plain, right? Ones who look at the pointing and say, oh, that's the pointing. And the pointing came later on, at least it was codified in around the 8th or 9th century CE, right, of the AD times. Well, this is relatively correct, but it doesn't mean that the people who spoke it. You remember what Paul talks about, not the letter of the law, but the spirit, right? So even the different, you could say vocalizations is spirit, right? We have the letters, and the spirit. So, making a lot over the fonts. We can look at the Paleo font, but still the word remains one and the same, right? The truth that Nasa, right, means to lift up, and Nasha means to deceive. Now imagine if both of them are said the same way. Imagine the confusion in the scripture. So when Hawa said that the serpent had beguiled me, right? She really meant that the serpent had lifted her up. What? Lifted her up? Taken her up? Lifted her up? But where is that in the text? Right? So here, let's do this right here. Let's actually look at this right here because we can scroll this back. Okay, so hold that on the screen for a moment because I think this is important right here. Beguiled. Right? Beguiled. Okay, we're going to bring it up on the screen right here. All right, so I know we're focusing a lot on the key word because the key word is the key. All right, got to focus on the key word. This Torah reading and feeding, this portion, parashat, right? Naso, right? Naso. Now, if Naso come from Nasa and you believe, be-la-eve, you've been beguiled to believe, that means to deceive, Nasa, then what has Yahuwah instructed Moshe to say? You see the problems that you can get into right there. So here we have Genesis 3 and 13. And Yahweh Elohim said to the woman, the Isha, the Eshet, right? Orset, to Isha, Eshet, Orset. See, in the Hebrew we say Isha, right? Asa. Other might say Asa, other dialects, right? Eshet. Other dialects would read the primaries as Orset. Sound familiar? So here we have the word Isha. Let's bring up the word Isha, right? Isha. It's like for the Sabbath time, there's a traditional read that the man of the house would read from Proverbs chapter 31, verses 10, right? I think to 31 to the end of the chapter, where it begins, it says that who can find a virtuous woman? Now in the Hebrew, that's Eshet Chayil. In a different dialect, it could be Orset Chayil. But in the Yehudi dialect, it is Eshet Chayil. Basically, that means Eshet, a woman or wife, right? Chayil, of strength, of power, of ability, right? But here it says in Genesis 3:13, it says, and Yahweh Elohim
said to the woman, the Isha, Eshet, what this, mazeh, what this thou hast done? And the woman said, the serpent, the Nahash, let's bring that out right there, the basic. So when you go to the Strongs just give you the basic words, the basic kind of what we would call from an academic, perspective to linguistics will be the root word, right? So here's the root word, Nahash. Nahash, right, as a noun means serpent, refers to a serpent or snake, right? As the verb, Nahash. So we have Nahash, noun, and Nahash, verb. So like someone asked me, what does Nahash mean? Not to be even funny or coy, but just to be specific, and accurate, right? And accurate, I would ask, so it'd be good to ask, do you mean the noun or do you mean the verb, right? If you know those things. Nahash here as the verb means to practice divination. To divine. To observe signs, right? Divine, divinity, learn by experience, right? Diligently observe, right? In the context of practice, fortune telling, take as an omen. Now, lest we say, "Ooh, this is bad, this is always bad," we have to recognize, we have to study where it appears in scripture, right? That's not our study here, but just for ones and ones so that we don't go too much off. You know what I mean? Like off road. You know what I mean? You swerve off the road, you crash. A primitive root properly means, right, to hiss, right? Nahash, that is to whisper, right? It can be used like to whisper a spell, but generally to prognosticate. In fact, Yosef, when he was testing his achim, his brothers, his achs, right, his brothers, the achim, right, as to whether they had repented of the evil that they sought to do and that they basically did to Yosef, right, while he was a disguised Mitzri, disguised Egyptian, or Kemetiu, or Tawian, right, he had said the whole point about the goblet. There's a whole scene about there's a chalice, a cup, a goblet, right, that was put right within, I think, Benjamin's sack. It was put in his pack and everything like that, and it was found, right. And he said something to the point of, do you think a man like me cannot divine? Right? Can you think a man? Okay, let's bring it out right here, because we have to understand these correspondence so we can begin to understand exactly what the word is saying, right? And not allow our imaginations, right, and our lack of proper translation to add on things and then get us like far off road. So here in Genesis 44:5, it says, not this is what some people think it's Manasseh, or even Ephraim, one of Joseph's sons. Some think that it could be, but it doesn't overtly say. But this is what the servant of Joseph is saying, right? Not this, right? In that Adoni. Another point we have to do a little vid and study on, because we was hearing a debate and somebody said Adonai can be generally applied to men, right? No, Adon, and Adoni. See, Adoni, for example, Adoni, if I apply Adoni, this is like to my Lord. It could be my boss, right? Or in modern Hebrew, it's used like Mr., because Mr. and Sir corresponds, right? Senor. If you read the Spanish Bible, right, when they say Lord, they'll say Senor, right? But Senor is like Sir. You see what I'm saying? The context, like one who is a boss, a master, or respectful title, even a wife to a husband, right? According to the way from the old to the new covenant, would refer to a husband as her Adon. So Adon, firm, strong, Lord, master, sovereign. It's a reference to men, right? Master, king. And it also may be a reference to God, but usually, right, Hebraically, it's Adonai. Because when you understand Hebrew, Adonai is a kind of a plural singularity. It's a plural word that's used often as a singularity, right? And that's because in the Hebrew sense, to say something is like three times is to say that it's the ultimate, it's the chief, it's the best, in the sense of the true Trinity, the Hebrew Trinity. But Adonai is a plural that's used as a singular. But I heard someone say that, Adonai can be used for men. Not generally. If it's used for a man, it's basically referencing this man is divine. So we would only really find that really relative with the Malak Yahweh, with the angel of Jehovah, right? Or in a messianic prophetic sense. Just want to point that out right there. It's not a usual. So there's Adoni, and there's Adonai. Adonai, right, is often used with Yahweh, right? Or, the Malak, right? The angel of the presence, the angel of the face, who basically expresses himself as Yahweh as well. Or we can say within the old to new covenant sense is the Father and Son. Because remember in Proverbs it says that, well, if you know who he is, well, what is his name and what is his son's name? So there's already this idea, right, of the father-son relation Hebraically. But right here, besides this point, he says that Adoni drinketh, and whereby indeed he divineth. Lewis says that he divineth. So look at the word divine. It's speaking of Joseph, in which he, Nachash, practiced divination, fortune teller, right, predicts, right, prognosticates, right. So this is used of Joseph. And then the servant says, right, to them, to the sons of Israel that don't know that it's Joseph who is the man, or the disguised Mitzri, Egyptian. He says, y'all have done evil in so doing, right? So notice here, notice how the translators understanding this because of their study, they put this note in. They say, well, it's divineth, right? And they say maketh trial. So you see how they're looking at the good aspect of the word, because they know this is in reference to Joseph. And how dear ones say, well, Joseph was like, one of these that worshipped other gods, right? Be that as it may, 44 and 15, Joseph himself says now to them. So we have the servant of Joseph saying to the Israelites, right? The sons of Israel, right? And now we have Joseph himself saying, what deed this that y'all have done? Now, notice the language sounds very much similar to what Yahweh Elohim, right, is saying and is saying to the woman in Genesis chapter 3. But, right, what ye is the old English say, don't you know? Like, don't you know what ye, right? Yada, to know. Don't you know? Right? Don't you know what ye, right? Right? Not, don't you know that such a man as I can certainly divine? Now notice right here, you see how they're doing this right here? They're putting this note, marginal note in, say, well, maketh trial. Not that he's prognosticating or he's like a diviner. This is why Robenu, Moshiach, says, be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. But then if you think that the serpent is just an evil, and the epitome of evil, then you're not able to Kabbalah or receive, right, that word, right, of Yeshua, right? But maketh trial. So here they say maketh trial. And notice as we go on in Torah, right, one place in Torah, 18:14 says, for these nations which thou shalt possess, hearken to observers of times and to diviners. But as for thee, Yahweh Eloheka, have not suffered thee, right? Suffer thee to do so. So we have this word one time, this root word right here, right? But besides that point right there, let's go back to Begal for a moment, for the Nasa. Nasa versus Nasa versus Nasha. Oh, that might be a good meme there. I'm trying to figure out an idiot-proof way to do a meme that, even one who's not interested even in learning Hebrew will understand, wow, those words are different. Those words are just different, right? They are similar, yes, because they have many similar letters, but they're sounded different. Therefore, no one speaking biblical Hebrew or Yehudi would confuse that. You know what I mean? And unless they are a liar or a deceiver or just very, very ignorant. And the woman said, the serpent hath beguiled me, and I did eat. So Yahweh Elohim said to the woman, what this thou hast done, right? And the woman said to the serpent, right? The woman said, the serpent, Slika, the woman said to Yahweh concerning the serpent, right? The serpent beguiled me, right? The serpent did what to me? Oh, word. The serpent gnashed me. The serpent beguiled me, right? The serpent deceived me, right? Here we go. The serpent led me astray. mentally deluded me, morally seduced me, right? So let me see if I can do this right here. Let me see if I can do this right here. Let me go into this word here, and let me see if we can go up and down the scale for a moment, right? So we have nasha. Nasha also is to bite. Nasha means to bite in Hebrew. And you know, when you talk about usury, lending money on usury, in the sections about usury in Torah, if you go into study there, right, you'll find that we have this word, nasha, right? Same word, but the context matters, the spirit, you know, the spirit of how it's used, the context. To lend on interest or usury, to be a creditor. The reason for this is said because of the meaning of it, like to bite, right? Nasha, right? Serpent, a serpent strikes, a serpent bites, and nasha. So to lend somebody money on usury, right? The usury is like a bite. So, you know what I mean? You lend them $100, then you lend them at 20% interest. You know what I'm saying? On that $100, that's a bite. So they have to pay you back, but then an extra, what is that? 20%, a fifth, right? So down here, you see with the word, right, imposition, right, debt, right, and then it links it with this word nasha, to beguile, to deceive, right. But here we have, okay, niset, a gift, a portion, okay, nashab. Let's see, go over here. Let's scroll down here. Let's go over here. So now we have nasa. This is our word, nasa, right, nasa, right, nasa. Is spelled in two ways. Two ways we find it in Hebrew. One with a samek and one with a sin, right? And you see, because the two ways that is spelled over here, let me see if I can highlight this right here. The two ways that is spelled over here, and you actually, if you study the scripture, you'll find these two ways, and then you read the context, and you see that's the same word, right? But it's spelled two ways, right? But then the two ways kind of tell us something as well. The one on the right hand side, right, with the noon, samek, and hey. If you don't know what the letters are, it might be hard to describe it, but there's one that looks like a circle. The one in the center looks like a circle, and the one in the center of the other word looks like looks like your three fingers. You know what I mean? If you put three fingers, stretch three fingers out, right? It looks like a three, so to speak, on the side. Well, the one with the circle is samek, and samek is always a se and sa sound, right? And so this proves that because the other one is the seen, that means that letter is not to be pronounced as sheen, to say, right, lift up or to bear. Lift up, to bear, to carry, to support, to sustain. Now, there's a double meaning here in this Torah reading and feeding. Because in this Torah reading and feeding, what do we have in this particular Torah reading and feeding? So here's how we're going to connect it with this Torah reading and feeding, nasa, right? Because here in this Torah reading and feeding, right, we have instructions and directions, right, that are being given, right, to the Levites, right? In this portion, naso, lift up, right? There's the cornerstone baraka that we like to touch on as well, the priestly blessing, you know what I mean? The 3-in-1, right? You know, the 3-in-1 blessing. But as we get into more detail of this Torah reading and feeding, we have instructions and directions, right, to the tribe of Levi, right, regarding what is their service, what service they have to serve. And one thing that the Levite clans, right, are to do is to carry and to bear the tabernacle when the tabernacle is moved from here to there. So when the tabernacle is moved from here to there, when the cloud, lifts up, you know what I mean, then they know it's time to break camp. And when they know it's time to break camp, the different ones have their responsibilities, have their specific responsibilities. So there's like an order, right, of the camp. After the book of Leviticus in the Torah scroll, we have the book of Numbers, the Sefer Bamidbar, right? It picks up precisely where Exodus leaves off. So the interesting thing about this Torah reading and feeding is that it picks up, right, precisely where Exodus leaves off, right? So what we have in this Torah reading and feeding is like, okay, we had Leviticus. Leviticus kind of went into what the priests, right, what the priests and the holy service would be, right? But it appears from reading the narrative is that's like a couple of At best, it's a couple of days, no more than a week, right? The narrative, what the narrative is actually saying, is concluded. In fact, the first 16 or so chapters appears to be instructions that were given, right, at one time, right, within a day. You remember we have Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, they die, but there's a service, there's the first worship service. So that worship service goes on, right? It goes on throughout that particular day. Even after the deaths of Nadab and Abihu, they continue in that service. And the instruction also continues, right? So all of that is taking place, at least, I would say it's a few days at most, maybe 2-3 days, right? But Bigefa, like at most, it's like a week. We already know that almost half of the book, right, is taking place, you know what I mean, on one day. And that's the first day, after the tabernacle was reared up. That's after like a week goes into the consecration, right, of the priest, and then they have a worship service. So you say a little more, right? There's a week for the consecration, right? And then all these instructions are given, right? But then when we get to Bamidbar, right? When we get to in the wilderness Numbers, it seems to continue, right? The narrative, because it already has given us the additional information in the handbook to the priests, Leviticus, right? So here, let me bring this up right here. These are some of the items that are touched on right here, right, in this Torah reading and feeding. So this Torah reading and feeding here, right, the 35th sabbatical study Naso, from Numbers chapter 4, verse 21 to chapter 7, verse 89, right? We have Judges concerning Samson, interesting, the Nazarite vow, and we have Samson for the Haftarah, the prophets reading, right, to the law and the prophets, Judges chapter 13, verses 2 to 25, and the Brit Chadash, the renewed covenant reading, in Acts of the Apostles chapter 21, verses 17 to 26. But the brief outline is the Gershonites and Merarites. These are two, right, of the three clans or families, Mishpachot, of the Levites, right? They are accounted for, and their service, what their service will be, right? There's a census also taken in chapter 4 of the Levites, right? Then the camp hygiene and cleanliness and set apartness is regulated. Unclean persons are to be removed from the camp. There's confession and restitution, for certain things. It's brought out, confession and restitution. Then in chapter 5, around about verse 11, we have the instruction concerning the law of jealousy. When jealousy come upon a man's zealousy and he suspects his wife to be unfaithful, this is called the sota, right? Unfaithful wife. What is to be done? What we see is that man's passion in such cases is being regulated. Before this, a man could suspect it, whether he was correct or incorrect. He could act on it. And generally speaking, according to the custom of the time, it would be like, well, she probably did do something, right? But here, this is all being regulated in covenant, that when the man suspects it, right, he is to go to the priest, right, and have this rite and ritual performed, right, and then it'll be decided more or less by Yahweh, right? If something is hidden from him, he doesn't know, but he suspects it. Maybe he's correct, maybe he's incorrect, right? So a kind of a regulation of, quote, this kind of a crime of passion, according to the Torah given, at Sinai. In Numbers chapter 6, right? Now, we don't have that today, but they had that yesterday, just to point that out, right? Because we have to give the comparison, but the contrast between the old covenant, right, at Sinai, and the Brit Chadasha. Then we have the Nazarites. This is another area of peculiar study, because some think that Nazarite and Nazarene is one and the same. And even in earlier times, we saw that, we heard the reasonings, and it made sense. You look at the word Nazarite, and you look at the word Nazarene, and they both seem to have Nazar in it, Nazar. But then when you study the Hebrew, you find out that one is Nazar and one is from Natsar. And there we have two letters that in the English is translated exactly the same. And this is where the confusion kind of comes in. It's like the whole Easter thing, same confusion. There's one verse, right? There's one verse in Acts of the Apostles that has been mistranslated in the English inconsistently. Instead of saying Passover after Passover, it says after Easter. What do people talk about? What do Christians talk about? Is it Passover time? No, they talk about Easter. Point. So here the Nazarites, a Nazarite, a Nazar, right? To say Nazar, the word Nazar is not etymologically linked to Nazareth. So we need to understand, right, what is the difference between these two, right? But here we have the Nazarite vow. But the Nazarite vow, interestingly enough, is connected, right, with the high priest. In other words, the Nazir has the Nezer, the crown of their hair, right? And the consecration, set apartness to Yahweh, whether male or female. That's another interesting point about the Nazarite, right? The Torah instruction direction concerning the Nazarite vow is that this can be for a male or a female, even though the majority of the Torah direction instructions, right, are directed to the men of Israel, the sons of Israel. Why? To whom more is given, more is required. But here we see an equal opportunity, right, to be set apart to Yahweh, whether it's a male, right, a Ish or a Isha with the Nazarite vow. But it's at the end of the Nazarite vow, right, that we get the priestly benediction, right, in chapter 6, verse 22, right? And then in chapter 7, just for an overview, in chapter 7, we get the offerings of the leaders, or more correctly, we get the first, at least according to the scripture, the first Chanukah. Now, I know one thing about the Chanukah from the time of Maccabees, right? In time of Maccabees, and yes, that's the Chanukah that we know of and we even observe, the 8 lights of the Maccabee fight and the Chanukah season. But Chanukah is based on, right, the reason why they observe Chanukah in the intertestamental times in the 400 years between Malachi and Matthew, right, is because of what's written here. What's written here is the offering of the Nisim. Even the word for the leaders or the princes in the text comes from the same word, right? Nasa. That's how important this word Nasa is in this Torah reading and feeding, right? So we have Nasa here, right? Nasa, to lift up, right? Nasa. Let's scroll down here, Nasa, right? Let's see over here. Okay, Naria. Let's go through this. Then we have Nissa, right? Also, I think this is more like Aramaic. This is like this is the Aramaic. So there's Nasa, right, within the Hebrew, and the other dialect, the Eastern dialect, Nessa, right? Nessa in the Aramaic, which also takes on the same basic meaning, pronounced a little differently, but to lift up, to take, to carry, right? Also in the Itpael of the Aramaic Hebrew has a hitpael with a hey, and the Aramaic have the itpael, right? The aleph, itpael, right? To make a rising, to make a insurrection, like a rising up. So that's the Chaldee. The Chaldee is pointing it to the Aramaic, right? Let's scroll over here. Let's come out of all this. Let's back it up a little bit more. All right, so here I think we've proven sufficiently that the word Nasha, that you see, so in the book versions that you see, some people have as for the NASA thing, they're taking the old way of bringing out the phonetics was not to write it as a SH, which makes it kind of very clear, but they have it as a S, and an upside down arrowhead is over it. And that usually is a sh sound, right? And that's where ones when they read it, they think that it's saying nasa, right, in the sense of lift up, right? So this word is nasha. Nasha means to deceive, right? So now here in this Torah portion right here, let's go over here to Numbers chapter 7, just to show how this word kind of wraps around, in this Torah reading and feeding. Because when it says that the Levites will have to bear, right? The Levites will have to bear this, bear that, right? Let's go over here for a moment. They will have to carry certain things, right? The Levites, they will have to bear, right? Perform the work to serve. Look at the word burdens. You see the word burdens? The word burdens is masa, masa, right? Not masha, but masa, masa. Masa is a burden, right? A load, a bearing, right? Masa. Notice as we go on, the B entry is lifting, uplifting, right? Masa, something that you carry, you bear, right? That you lift up, you bear. It's also used in the sense of an utterance, an oracle, like an oracle of prophets were like their burden, what they had to lift up. You know, they had to lift up their voice. They had to lift it up. You know what I mean? Son of Ishmael was also named Masa. So notice what it says, a burden, specifically tribute, porterage, like a porter carrying stuff. In the figurative, the second of the two truths, it's an utterance, right? Something they had to lift up with of doom. But notice what it says, especially singing. This proves that what the prophets also were like musicians. So many of the prophets, right, how they performed their prophecy, right, was musically. And even when you study the words of their prophecy, you see there's a kind of a rhyme, right? You know, there were verses, bars, right? So the connection with like a prophet, the singers and the prophets, I thought that was very interesting. Just want to point that out right here. It says especially singing, right? So singing, something to lift up your voice. So right there, so you notice the Gershonites, they have their burdens, right? So throughout here, it's talking about like what they would have to carry, all these things they will have to carry, right? Each one of them. And notice over here, their burdens over here, their masa. Oh, did I mention masa here? It comes from nasa, right? To uplift. So see how interesting this word is with this Torah portion? The Torah portion calls naso, right? Which in translation is take in the English. So if you follow the English, you'll get the sense, the general sense, but you'll miss the inner workings, right? You know, of the mind of Yahweh through the prophets and through the word, right? So here, let's go to chapter 7. Chapter 7, right, is connected with Hanukkah, the first Hanukkah. So what is Hanukkah? Right? Hanukkah right here. Let's go to the word dedication or dedicating, right? Where's that word dedicating? Right, there we go, verse 10, dedicating. So you can see Hanukkah. So what's in this Torah reading and feeding? Hanukkah, a dedication, consecration, initiation. It's from Hanak. As we mentioned before, in the Hebrew, Enoch is called Hanok in the Hebrew. Hanok, the Amharic, the Ethiopic, Hanok. Hanok in the Hebrew, Hanok. What does Hanok mean? Hanok, the name of Enoch in the Hebrew, from Hanak. It means to train, to dedicate, to inaugurate, to initiate, to train up. You see, in the figurative sense of the word, Hanak, notice the connection with Hanukkah. It means to initiate or to discipline, the sense of to dedicate, to set apart, to initiate, right? To train up. So we have this chapter here, chapter 7, that generally is the offering of the leaders, right? And here we have the first Hanukkah, right? It was the Hanukkah of the Mizbeach. Mizbeach is the communal altar, right? The communal altar. Remember, the Levites and the Kohanim and the priests, they're the ones who served in the holy place in the tabernacle. The Levites generally, and the priests specifically, with the offerings on the altar and in the tent, right? But the Israelites, they could bring their offerings, right? But they could not, right, perform at the altar, right? They cannot perform there. This was denied and forbidden them. Many think it's because of the molten calf, falsely called the golden calf incident. You know what I mean? Because of that, how they had broke their word, and there was a broken covenant from Exodus chapter 32, right, until it was renewed. So even in the Old Testament, we have the principle of a covenant being broken, right? And the people could not renew it themselves, but through Moshe's advocacy, his intercession, and Yahweh's acceptance of that intercession, it was renewed when Moshe came down with the second set of tablets and his face shone, and he put a veil over it. Remember that portion? Now, who is offering this? Notice, and the princes offered for dedicating for the Hanukkah, right? The word again for the Hanukkah, right? For the Hanukkah, right? Of the Mizbeach, in the day that it was Mashach. So even the altar was Mashach. Was the altar Messiah? No. The altar was a Messiah, but it was anointed, right? Because Messiah is referring to the person, right? But notice that the altar is anointed. In fact, you know, the whole tabernacle and the elements, the instruments are all anointed, right? So the role of anointing, just to understand the principles, right? So in the day that it was anointed, in the day that it was christened, so to speak, it was christened, right? Even the princes, the who? The princes. So here in the singular sense, we have Nasi. What should be coming to mind? Nasi, is that related to Nasa? Well, yes, Nasi, right, is like a fruit. Imagine like a fruit that comes out of the root seed. So the root seed of this word here is Nasa. And one of the fruits that is born out of the root word Nasa is Nasi. What is Nasi? Nasi is one lifted up, is a chief, a prince, a captain, leader, literally one who's lifted up. In the secondary sense, it can also be used in a secondary sense for vapor, like rising mist and vapor, you know, lifting up. You see vapor, you know, lifting up. Now here, the exalted one, lifted up one. Here, the plural sense of Nasi is Nasim. Nasim. Some say Nasim, 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 Nasim. Right? So the princes, the ones lifted up, offer their offering, right? Lifnei, right? Before the Mizbeach. Right? So this is just an overview of what's in this Torah reading and feeding. Right? Now, is it said that this one here, is it this one here that's one of the longest? Right? You know, but there's some interesting facts that are going on right here, and how we just wanted to show how it's all connected with this key word, Nasa, Nasa. So you have Nasa, Nasa et Naso et Rosh, lift up the head, take a census, take a head count, right? And then we have just some of the quick points, the Masa, that which the priests, and not the priests, but the Levites would have to lift up, right? The burdens when the camp is moving, and the different orders for the different clans, right? For example, the Kohathites, they would have to bear on their shoulders. They would have to, while the other ones were given wagons. That's a part of the Hanukkah, what the princes of the 12 tribes are giving for the service, right? So in a sense, the Levites and the priests, they serve on behalf, right, of the 12 tribes. Like the 12 tribes, they have lost that right, right, to approach and perform at the altar, but they still are to bring forth their offerings, right? So now they bring forth their offerings in the first Hanukkah, right, of the gifts, right, that will be used, right, by the Levites in bearing or nasaing and lifting the burdens, right? And then just for some quick highlight points, in chapter 7, right, we have the Nasim, we have the princes, right? Now, if it is not Nasa, which it is, but let's say it is not, right? Nasa. And Nasa really means to deceive. Then this whole Torah portion reading and feeding and this whole thing is nothing, right? You see the deception, right? So the word Nasa, right, does not mean to deceive. This is just to prove that it's because it's seen, sheen, confusion. That means in the paleo, without the dots written, you would really have to know the language. It's like you're writing something to someone in English and you drop out some letters. Like if I take the word LTTRS without any vowels, what do you think it's speaking about? Right? You know, literature or letters. You know what I'm saying? You will know what it is, right? And that's why these things are important here. Let it roll right here, because let that roll right there. It took a little bit of time in that, but it's just necessary to just go over these things, go over some of these things. So now here with the morrow after, right? So we're coming up to the Shabbat, right? We're coming up to the Shabbat right here, Shabbat, new day, right? And here, this word, this principle here, there we go, Nasha in Jeremiah 23:39. They brought it out pretty well right there, bringing it out in English so everyone can see, that can read the Latin. You read Latin? Well, yeah, the English letters, what you think they are? They're Latin, right? So think about that with the Hebrew too, right? With what's called Hebrew, right? They also had, letters in common, but you could read English letters can be used for many different European Latin-based languages. Same thing with the Hebrew, right? So right now, if somebody gave you something with English letters, like the Latin letters, right, and it was French, I think most people would recognize it's not English. But notice they are able to still see what the letters are, right? They still can read and see what the letters are. But here, there's 3 verses here. This is the key to know when Pentecost or Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks, is fully come. Now, notice that one right there. Here they try to blur it a little bit. You see that last one right there? Sorry about that. That last one there, they try to blur it. They try to blur it right there. They try to say Nasha or Nasa. You see, that's the deceivers. The deceivers right there. They're deceivers there. They know full well. Look what they write. Hebrew word Nasha is Strong's H5377 and means to lead astray, to delude, beguile, to deceive, to seduce. Right? I would say appears to me to describe. Okay, that's somebody's commentary. But notice that Nasha or Nasa. They should probably put a question mark. It might be a question, right? But right there, at least they bringing out that Nasha, right? So this is good that this is, being picked up on because, in fact, NASA, notice, maybe they named themselves NASA because they were trying to lift up themselves. NASA, that's the word NASA, right? But instead of really being able to lift up themselves, they can't go beyond a certain point, right? They can't leave the atmosphere of Earth. The atmosphere of Earth actually extends all the way to the moon and I think beyond. The real atmosphere, there's something that they hid. They hid for a long time. And the atmosphere of the Earth actually extends as far as like the moon. You know what I mean? That the moon is actually in our atmosphere. You see what I'm saying? But it's something that NASA and the rest of them, they saw to Nasha. They wanted to Nasha. So they tried to lift up, couldn't go so far, right? And then they had to Nasha. They had to deceive, right? But be that as it may, when Pentecost is fully come, right? Because that's also another, if it's already Shavuot, right? Then what we're saying, right, is wrong, right? But if it's not already Shavuot, then what they're saying is wrong. And it's not really to say, well, who is wrong, but we want to know what is right. You see what I'm saying? That's the point right there. So Pentecost, fully, these are the key words if you want to look it up for yourself, fully come. A lot of good software out there. Oh, yeah, you can let it roll. All right, just want to bring it here because here we are actually at the 48, 49, 50. We're actually at the 48. As we go forward to the Shabbat day, we will be at the 49th day. That means we will be at the 7th, right, of the 7 Shabbats, right, that we are to count complete. In fact, here we go right here, just to highlight verses, 3 of them and 3 only. Leviticus 23:11, this is first fruits, right? First fruits. This is 50 days before Pentecost. This right here. This verse here, 23:11. It's 50 days before Pentecost. So that means in a new covenant sense, it's the day that Yeshua, right, was witness risen, right? As we have. And when was he witness risen? According to New Testament scriptures, they said it was the morrow after the Shabbat, right? It was on the first day. The Bible says, the translation, the first day of the week, right? And the first day of the week is the morrow after the Shabbat. So when is the first day? The first day is the morrow after the Shabbat. Now, whether you want to call it Sunday, we don't really call it Sunday, but let's call it what it is. Let's call it by its name. It's the morrow after the Shabbat, right? So it says, on that day, he shall wave the sheaf before Yahweh to be accepted for you, right? So the sheaf of wheat, right? The sheaf, the omer, right? This period of time between first fruits and harvest is Hebraically, Judaically known as the counting of the Omer. So you might have heard about the Sifrat HaOmer. Sifrat, the counting of HaOmer, the cipher of HaOmer. The Sifrat HaOmer, the counting of the Omer. What is an Omer? An Omer, either, when we deal with the Omer as a measurement, it's a dry measure of 1/10 of an ephah, about 2 liters, right? And when we look at it as, the crop, it's like a sheaf of wheat, right? So basically between first fruits and harvest, we're allowing the wheat and the other crops to grow, right? To heap up, right? Counting it as it grows, right? So that's what it says, to be accepted on the morrow after the Shabbat. So first, the sheaf of wheat was offered during the time of the unleavened bread and during the time of Passover, right? And then there's a count, 23 and 15. And y'all shall count to you from the morrow after the Shabbat. So what day do our count begin? Does it begin on the Shabbat? No. It says, you shall count, right, to ourselves, right, from the morrow, which is the next day, Mahor, right, Mahorat, Mahoratam, right, the morrow, the day after the Shabbat. So what day is the day after the Shabbat? That's when the count begins, right? From the day, we should count from what day, right? From the day that ye brought the sheaf. So the day that the sheaf was brought is right here, 23:11. All right, the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering. Over here, 23:11, it says that he shall wave the sheaf, right? And the priest shall wave it, the tenufa. The wave offering is called the tenufa, right? The tenufa. Some of us see in this the true sign of the true cross, but be that as it may, 7 Shabbats, right? 7 Shabbats, 7 what? Sabbaths. So we counting from the morrow after the Shabbat, the first day of the week, right, to that 7th day, 1 Shabbat, right, 1 Shabuah, 1 week, and then continuing that 7 times, right, shall be complete. And then here, 23:16, even to the morrow after the 7th Shabbat. So what's coming up, this Shabbat coming up for Parashat Naso, Shabbat Naso, is the 7th Shabbat. 7th Shabbat. And it says, shall y'all number 50 days. Chamishim Yom. Chamishim 50, Chamishim days. So the 50 days, Chamishim Yom, in the Koine Greek, which was used by many at synagogue Greek, right, as Pentecoste. Pentecoste. Y'all shall offer a new minka. A new minka. Minka is not meat so much, not flesh, but the minka is the grain offering, right? And pray tell, where does grain come from? Does grain come from flesh, meat? No, the grain, right? The grain comes from the wheat that is growing, right? And so we're counting for those 7 Shabbats according to the first type, according to the agricultural type, according to the type giving in the Torah. They'll be counting the crops as the crops will be growing. And this is key to understand, right? When we come to this right here, let's bring it out right here. Pentecost fully come, right? Because what is Pentecost? Pentecoste. Pentecoste is the 50th day. You see, the Hamashim Yom, right? What is it? It's the second of the 3 great, they say Yehudi or Jewish, we'll say Yehudi feasts, of the Beta Israelite and Yehudi feasts. Celebrated where? At Yerushalayim, yearly, right? The 7th week, you see what I said? So what's coming up? The 7th week after Passover, or more correctly, more detailedly, right? The 7th week, right, after the offering of the first fruits during the Passover time, in grateful recognition of the completed harvest, So here we have the harvest in the first type from the Torah, the harvest of the land. In the new covenant, Brit Chadash sense, we have the harvest of the man, right? The harvest of the man, right? From Passover, that is the festival of Pentecost, right? So we see it right there. But now, like we said, the key medi on this is this part. And when the day of Pentecost was fully come, right? Let's go back, if we can, to the chapter before, right? This is a Rhema word. This is a Rhema word time. Rhema is like a right now word, where you inspire the word comes to you right then, and it applies to what is right then. Man does not live by bread alone, but by every Rhema word, every right now word, every proper application of the word right now. So right now, to this situation here where we're at, let's look at this right here, right? Let's look what it says right here. Boom, 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 boom. Until the day that he was taken up. we're looking for the number 40, right? Right, 40 days. Right? It says something about 40 days. Have we missed over it already? 40th day, right? I think it's down here, 40 days. It tells us that when Yeshua, right, okay, they looked up. That's also another part to touch on right there. They returned to the Mount of Olives, the Sabbath day's journey, right? They was in the upper room, right? Let's see, 40. Okay, there's 40 days. I might be missing over it right here, but there was a 40 days, right? It's speaking about 40 days because when Yeshua appeared to them, right, it was roughly around the 40th day, right? The 40th day. Let's scroll back up here for a moment. Let's make this light for a moment. Began to teach, taking up, Bible proof. Oh, see, I missed right over it. Verse 3. Slicha, right? Li, to whom also he shewed himself alive after his passion. Why do you think they call it Passion Week? Right? The days of unleavened bread. Passion Week. After his passion, right? Right? By many infallible proofs, being seen of them 40 days. That's the point that we was going to bring out. 40 days. Right? So at the 40th day, right? And speaking of things pertaining to the Malkut Elohim. Right? And then we go to the next chapter. And at verse 1, it says, and when the day of Pentecost was fully come, right? Right. So some say that it was 10 days later, right? But this kind of points to the whole difference among some Yehudi, some Jews, and some Torah observant ones that read the day of first fruits as being the day after, right, the first day of unleavened bread. So they regard the first day of unleavened bread to be a Shabbat, right? And nowhere in the scripture does it says Shabbat. For some of the feasts and festivals, it does say it's a Shabbat. The day of trumpets, Shabbat. The day of atonements, Shabbat. Right? But it doesn't say so. Just because it says that no servile work will be done in that, right? It basically means that you won't work in that, right? So it's like a Shabbat, but notice if it says that it's a Shabbat and it's also a feast or festival, there's something to be done in that. Now, I'm not saying that you can do work on the first day of unleavened bread. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the text does not call it a Shabbat. It's some rabbinical reasonings that call it Shabbat. Now we can understand why they say that because there's no servile work. So there's no work done. It's like a Shabbat, but it's not say it's a Shabbat. That's where they get confused concerning the morrow after the Shabbat. And we know that Yahweh is the author of order, right? And that all things be done decently and in order. So when we're counting 7 Shabbats complete, we're counting full Shabuas. We're counting full weeks, right? So during the holy time of Passover unleavened bread, right, it is the morrow after the Shabbat is the weekly Shabbat. This is our point, because then it makes perfect consistency with counting 7 Shabbats complete, right? 7 Shabbats complete. That's why it says here, and when the day of Pentecost was fully come, because the disciples, no doubt, there was the way. You remember how Christ would say, like, whatever they bid you to observe, observe, but don't do after their works, right? Whatever they bid you to observe, observe, right? Hold on for a moment. We're going to seal up with this right here for now, right? Right here. Seal up with this point right here. Whatever they bid you observe. Let me see if I can get that verse for y'all. Give me one moment. Yeah. We got it one time. There we go. Matthew 23. Look at that. Leviticus 23. I'm not making more out of that, but it's just interesting. Leviticus 23, Matthew 23. All therefore, whatsoever they bid you observe, observe it. Observe it. You know what I mean? Shavuot, okay, harvest. Observe it and do. But do not y'all after their works, for they say and do not. Right? So there's some things that other, Yehudi and so forth and so on say to observe, but then they add certain things to it, right? That, like Messiah said, it causes the word to be of no effect. That means if you follow that and first day of unleavened bread was on a Wednesday or Thursday, say it's on Wednesday, that means that the next day is the morrow after the Shabbat, right? But if that is so, the morrow after the Shabbat, how are we going to count when the season is done, right? You know, that's the first of the 3 times. How do we get to the second of the 3 times? Because the Shabbat also must be observed too. You see what I'm saying? That's our point right there. They're there. Here. I know we're supposed to touch on the priestly blessing, right? The priestly blessing, but we wanted just to correct some things right here. The priestly blessing. Here we go right here. Here we go right here.
And the Yahweh spake to Moses, saying, speak to Aharon and to Benaiah, his sons, saying, on this wise ye all shall bless the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Israel, saying to them, Dabir il Aharona we illa Benaiah wa lemora, koh, Tivarku et bnei Yisrael amor lahem. The Yahweh bless thee and keep thee. Ye barekeka Yahweh we yisha mereka ka. The Yahweh make his face shine upon thee and be gracious to thee. Yair Yahweh Panayo Leka Neka. The Yahweh, he who be lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee shalom and give thee peace. Yisa Yahweh Panayo Leka we Yasem Leka Shalom. And they shall put my name upon the Bnei Yisrael, and I will bless them. We Sa'u et Shemi al Bnei Yisrael Wa'ani and here.
Oh, yes. Pray to I. We were speaking and the mic wasn't even on. Apologies there, brothers and sisters. So right here. Speaking of the priestly blessing right here. Just a little overview. Priestly benediction, origin and meanings. The Torah, Ha-Torah, direction, instructs and directs Aharon, Aaron, the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, and the fellow priests, the fellow anointed ones, the Kohanim, to bless Amo Yisrael, the people of Israel. Now, parents say this baraka to their children each Friday evening while placing their hands on their children's heads and thereby envelop their children with love and hopes, expectation for shalom. Now, the Rebbanim, the rabbis, scholars of Torah, they understood this baraka to have been invoked by Ha-Elohim upon contemplation of the creation of the world, upon creation itself, when the human being was formed from the afar of the Adamah, from the dust of the ground, and at the time of the giving of Ha-Torah at Har Sinai. Now, here's what's interesting about this right here, that harvest, also with Pentecost, a.k.a. a Hamashim Yom, the 50th day, right? It corresponds with when Yisrael, the Beta Israel and the Hebrews, when they came out from Mitzrayim, from the Tawi, ancient Egypt, and they reached Mount Sinai. So understand the patterns. As it says to Moshe, see that you do all things, make all things and do all things according to the pattern that was shown in the mount. So look at the patterns. So we have the Exodus, right, corresponding with Passover. Remember, they had to eat unleavened bread because they have time to wait for the bread to rise, so they had the unleavened bread, right? So they came out, went through the wilderness. Then they reach Har Sinai. They reach Mount Sinai, right? 50 days later. It corresponds, in other words, another observation of Pentecost, aka Shavuot, is where we have the giving, right, of the law, the Torah, to Yisrael, where Yisrael comes into that covenant, the kingdom of priests, and a holy nation, Mamleket HaKohanim, Goy Kadosh, and a set apart people. So the feast of weeks, Chag Shabuot, aka harvest, the 50th day, also called Pentecost, is when it corresponds with the time of the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai. So Mount Sinai represents, right, reaching Mount Sinai represents 50 days after the Exodus. So even in the observation of harvest, the harvest feast and festival, this corresponds with the giving, right, of Torah and also the covenant, the words of the covenant and the coming into the covenant, right, of the Beta Yisrael, the house of Israel at Sinai. So just to see those patterns, both in what occurred, what Yahweh did, and also, right, in what the feasts and the festivals point to, right, what they are pointing to. So it's almost like a kind of a dual, right, a kind of fulfillment. So we fulfill this here in the season, but we recall, right, Israel reaching Sinai. Now, this is what brings us to the new covenant in the epistle to the Hebrews, where it says, no longer do we come to that mountain that can't be touched, right? So no longer do we come to Mount Sinai, but we come to Har Sion. We come to Zion. So even that connection really needs to be made as well, right? From the Brit Hayashana to the Brit Chadasha. We'll get into those verses right there. Speaking about the church of the firstborn, that is in the epistle to the Hebrews, right? So even that narrative, so it's like an overlapping theme. But on the priestly blessing, just on the priestly blessing right here, this is what we usually kind of share right here for the Kabbalat Shabbat right here. And usually for some communities, it's usually said after the kindling of the Shabbat candles or lighting of the Shabbat lights, right? The Berkat HaKohanim right here. Let's make this a little bit larger. Berkat HaKohanim, the priestly blessing. Here it says, Yebarekeka Yahuwah we Yishmereka, the first of the three, right? Words of this 3-in-1 blessing. Yebarekeka Yahuwah we Yishmereka, right? Responsa traditionally in community is Cain Yehi Ratzon. Cain, yes, affirmative. Yehi, let it be Ratzon, let it be pleasing, let it be like his will, right? Second part, right? Yair Yahuwah Panayo Leika, we Chuneka, right? Yahuwah make his face, right? Cause his face to shine. Yair Yahuwah, may Yahweh shine, Panayo, Panav, his face, Aleika, towards the eye, and Yechuneka, we Yechuneka, and may he be gracious to the eye. Response to Cain, Yehi Ratzon. Third part of the priestly blessing, Yisa Yahweh Panayo Aleika, Yasem Leka Shalom, may Yahweh Yisa. Now here is very interesting, this third part of the priestly blessing. Let's go over here. Right, this is it right here from the scripts. Yes, actually it's this verse, Lika, this verse. Yisa Yahweh. So in later Hebrew, as they say, as a deference to saying the Hashem, because what the word of the command says, not to take his name in vain, one will deflect to Adonai. Adonai is a way of saying like Lord, but even in the Hebrew context, like Lord of his mercy. So others will say Yisa Adonai. But here we have Yisa Yahweh Panayo and Leka, with Yasem Leka Shalom. Notice the first word here, Yisa. Right? This is all part of the Nasso, that come from Nasa. Nasso, lift up. Nasso. Right here, Yisa. So it says Yisa, may he lift up. Right? Yahweh, may Yahweh lift up. Panayo, Panav, Panaim, his face, his faces, his presence, his persons, his perception, Eleika, to the eye, with Yasame, Yasame, and may he same, seem, soon, may he place a point set, Lika, for the eye, Male, Shalom, may he set a point for you, completeness, soundness, welfare, peace, soundness, like healthiness in body, welfare, health, prosperity, Shalom, peace, quiet, tranquility, contentment, friendship, of human relationships, also like of God and of man relationships, covenant relationships. So right there, right? So even here in the priestly blessing that is in this Naso, we have another point of reference, right, to Nasa, right, which is in the sense of lift up. Now, like I said, if this word really meant to deceive, then the reading here, the reading here, if that was so, would be abomination, right? So that's why it's not, nasa does not mean to deceive in Hebrew. It means to lift up, to carry, to bear, right? So here, we have the priestly, right? The priestly blessing. Let's back it up right here, right? From verse 22, right? Speak to Aaron and to his son, saying, on this wise, right, in this manner, on this wise, in this manner. Should we touch on a little bit more of this? Yes, I think we need to just touch on this a little bit more of this right here. So the cornerstone baraka, right, that Aaron, the high priest, Kohen Gadol, Ubanayo, and his sons, Ha-Kohanim, were instructed to declare over the people of Israel. Yahweh bless you and keep you. Yahweh shine his face up on you and be gracious to the eye. Yahweh lift up. Yahweh lift up. Right? You see it says lift up, the word lift right there. Let's put this on heavy, right? Take it off of light, right? Lift up is the word nasa, right? In the sense of he will lift up, yisa. So to say he will lift up, yisa, from the basic root nasa, lift up his face, right, upon you and give you shalom, or give you his peace. Numbers chapter 6 verses 24 to 26. Now notice that the Hebrew text of the baraka, of the blessing, right, it begins with 3 words, right? It begins with 3 words. Let's see if we can bring this out right here. What's the best way to bring this out? Let's see if we can, right, just make this a little smaller here. So we're going to use this here, the priestly blessing found here in this Siddur, right? It begins with 3 words, right? And it's comprised of 3 parts. Invokes the divine name 3 times. Right? It's like, blessed be the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Those 3. And is therefore appropriately called the 3-in-1 baraka, right? Shalosh be baracha echad. Shalosh be baracha echad. Right? The shalosh, the 3, be baracha, in blessing, echad, 1. Right? The 3-in-1 baraka. Right? Notice also that the words are spoken in the grammatical singular. You notice that? The words are spoken grammatically in the singular rather than the plural, because they are meant to have personal application. In other words, when we look at this here from this version here, right, from this version right here, or we go over here, let's go to the Hebrew text, right? Let's look at this right here, right? Let's actually bring out, yeah, here we go. Let's just do it like this right here. All right, so here it begins from verse 24, 25, and 26. 27 is like the seal, but these three verses, right? 24. Notice the Samek at the end. You see the Samek at the end? All right, when people talk about the hand sign of his majesty, the Samek. You see the Samek? Right? Also, it's a priestly sign. It's also, we'll get into it, but they're Samek. So each one of these is closed, right? It's a word. But notice the 3-in-1. So grammatically, they're in the singular rather than the plural. So it's Yebarekeka Yahweh we Yishmereka, modern Hebrew. Yevarekeka Adonai ve Yishmerecha. right? Modern, but ancient pointing, Yibarekika, Yahweh, we Yishmereka, right? It is saying Yibarekika. It didn't say Yibarekikem. Yibarekikem will be like, he bless all of y'all, you all, Yibarekikem, right? Or we Yishmerekem, we Yishmerekem, and or he will guard all of you. It's as though speaking to an individual male, basically, right? So that was something about the singular. It's in the singular. So speaking to all of Yisrael as one man. Remember, Yahweh says that Yisrael, all as one man, is his son, right? So it's singular rather than plural because it's meant to have a personal application, and calling all of Yisrael as one corporate entity, like as one man. They say the corporation before the law, though there's many people in the corporation, it's regarded as being one man. This is the ancient sense here, even here in the priestly blessings. It's not to be a general benediction over a crowd of people, really. It's not really, unless you see the crowd of people as being one man. So Yibarekeka is directly saying, may Yahweh bless the I. Like I'm speaking to one man, or I'm speaking to all men, right? All, like a group of men, and they see themselves as one man. Isn't it interesting in the new covenant sense that Yeshua, right, HaMoshiach, he is the Rosh, he's the Ras, he's the head, and we are the body, and we are many members, but one body. And so the head and the body is one man, right? The phrase Yahweh lift up his face upon you, right? Right over here, this phrase here, Yisa, Yahweh Panayo Aleika, Yisa Adonai Panav Elecha, right? Here, it pictures what is the word picture of the beaming face, even the beaming face of a parent, even of Elohim Ha'ab, right? God the Father, lifting up his beloved child in joy, right? So you get that kind of word pick, like a parent lifting up his beloved child, like a father lifting up his beloved child and looking upon the child's face. The repetitive construction, right, of Eloheinu lifting up his face. Yahweh Panav Elecha. Yahweh Panayo Eleka. It indicates that he gazes, right, upon you in love and blessing. Let's bring this out right here, just so we can break down these basic words right here. Let's go to KJV, right? So it says Yesa, right? Nasa, right? Yesa, Yahweh, right? Panayo, right? Panav, right here, right? Yahweh Panayo Eleka, right? Indicates that he gazes, right? Undoubtedly, right? Without a doubt, Adonenu Robenu Yeshua, right? Recited this very bracha, this very blessing over his disciples, right? When he ascended, right, to Shemaima, to Shemaim, though he would have spoken it, right, in the grammatical, right, first person, right? I bless you and keep you. Ani abarekeka, right? Oteka, with Ashamor, Ashmorleka, right? And keep you. I shine upon you and am full of grace towards you. I lift up my face towards you and I give you my shalom. Now, one to say, well, where do we have this? Well, let's just take a look over here at Luke, right? Luke, there it is. Let's go to Luke. Luke right there, Luke 24, right? Luke 24 verses 50. Actually, let's go back to right here. So let's put it on plain right here. Let's put it on plain. There we go. Right. And he led them right out as far as Beit Ani or Bethany. And he lifted up his hands and blessed them. You check that right there? He lifted up his hands and blessed them. Without a doubt, any rabbi, right, and the rabbi of rabbis, of course, Yeshua HaNotri, right, would bless his disciples. This is how he would bless his disciples. This is how the priests bless the people. This is how the teachers bless the students. This is the blessing that the parents bless their children. You see what I'm saying? So when it says, and he led them out as far as Beit Ani, and he lifted up his hands, Put your hands up. And he blessed them. This is the link right here. And it came to pass while he blessed them. Notice what it says right here. While he blessed them, he was parted from them and carried up into Shemaim, into Shemaima, into the heavens. So here we have the lifting up of the hands, the lifting up of the hands. So for I and I, looking forward to the first day, right, June 8th, right, the morrow after the Shabbat, to mark, right, when Pentecost, Shavuot, for I and we of the royal order, and the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ is fully come. So stay tuned, Of course, there's some more, more to share. But right here, we do have a song, right? We do have a song. Just want to touch on some of the basics. And what fruit should we be looking for? What fruit, right, should we be looking for? So the fruits of the Spirit.
Ufri ha-ruahu, ahava, shimcha, shalom, oreka ruach, uanedibut, chesed, emunna, wa inawa, uferishut, le-negeda ose eile Torah. But the fruit of the Spirit is love. Ufri ha-ruahu, ahava, ahaba, love, ahava. Some say ahava. Ufriya ha-ruahu, ahaba, shimcha shalom, orek ruach, uanedibut, chesed, emunah. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, ahaba, shimcha, joy, with shalom, and shalom and peace. Orek ruach, being long spirit. In the Barita Yeshana, we use the phrase long nose, short nose being easily angry, long nose, like long spirit. Orek apayim, we have this in the Hadibarim, the words, orek ruach, long ruach, long spirit. Nedibut. What is Nedibut? Nadibut, the kindness, right? The kindness, and chesed, loving kindness. We have goodness. The chesed is goodness, is kindness, is in essence generosity. Nadibut, generosity is being generous. Emunah, faith. Wa inawa, gentleness. Inawa, ufarishut, self-control, temperance. Ufarishut, le neged, ose eile ein Torah, against such things. Le neged, ose eile, there is no law. Le neged, ose eile ein Torah, ein Torah. There is no law. There's no law against these nine. Let's count them. The 9 fruits of the ruach, right, of the Spirit. Ufri ha-ruach hu, ahava, love. But the fruit, ufri, frei. We say bamrinya, frei, fruit. Ufri ha-ruach, fruit of the ruach, fruit of the Spirit. Who, he, it. Who, ahava is love. Simcha, joy. With shalom, oreka ruach, uanedibuta, chesed, emunah, wa inawa, ufarishuta, lineged ose eile ein Torah. So these 9, what's 9? Love. joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. What are they? Ahaba, simcha, with shalom, love, joy, peace. Ahaba, simcha, with shalom, love, joy, peace. Orek ruach u'nedibuta u'cheseda u'emunah. Patience, and kindness, goodness, faithfulness, wa'inawa, gentleness, frishut, and temperance and self-control. Neged ose le'ayin Torah. Against these things, there is no Torah. There's no direction, instruction against these things. The true fruits of the Spirit. Ufri ha-ruach, hu ahaba, simcha, with shalom, oreka ruach, u'nedibuta, with chesed, ve'emunah, wa'nawa, ufrishut, l'neged ose eile, ein Torah, 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 ein.
For with stammering lips and another tongue, for with stammering lips and another tongue, for with stammering lips and stammering lips and stammering lips, for with stammering lips and another tongue, and another tongue, to this place, speak to this place, speak to this place, speak to this place, speak. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people, to whom he said, This is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing. Yet they would not hear, 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 would not hear. Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breasts. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people, to whom he said, This is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing. Yet they would not hear. But the word of the Lord was unto them precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. Wherefore hear the word of the Lord, 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 hear the word of the Lord.
Shalom Aleichem, Malake Ha-Shareta, Malake Elyon, Mi Malek, Malke Ha-Melakim, Ha-Kadosh, Baruch Hu. Peace be upon you all, ministering angels, messengers of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One, the Isla One, blessed be He. Boakem, le shalom malake ha shalom malake elyon mi melech malke ha melakim ha kadosh baruch hu. Come in peace, messengers of peace. Come in shalom, messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy Isla One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Baruch Hu ni, le shalom malake ha shalom malake Elyon, mi melech malke ha melakim ha kadosh Baruch Hu. Bless me, bless I with shalom. Messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Isla, the Holy One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Chetkem, Tza'atkem le shalom malake ha shalom malake Elyon. Mi melech malke ha melakim ha kadosh Baruch Hu. May your departure, your exodus, your coming out be in shalom, peace. Messengers of shalom, peace. Messengers of Elyon, the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One. Baruch Hu. Blessed be He, be who He be. Shalom, Olay, Kalay.
Yes. So that's Psalm 98, just to seal up with Psalm 98 right here, brothers and sisters and brothers. Psalm 98. You know, sometimes with the Torah reading and feeding, it's only when you really get into it do you really kind of know what's in it. So we had some of the memes, you know, for some of the points, like the whole Nasso, you know, NASA. You know, but then as you really go through, you begin to say, wow, there's a lot that's in here. And how even the links, the word NASA, right? It appears, you know, even in the priestly blessing, Yisa, may he lift up. Yisa Yahuwah Panayo Eleka, may he lift up his face up on thee, upon the eye. So right here, we have today's daily psalm. According to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, here after the order of Malachiah Tzedek. And today's daily psalm, Psalm 98, is part of the 6 psalms for the Kabbalat Shabbat, for the welcoming of the Sabbath. It's part of the 6 psalms that we have here. But we get a little opportunity right here in the season, this time, to zoom in to today's daily psalm. Let's bring this up, the fuller edit right here. Here we go. Okay, here, today's daily psalm right here. The Hebrew highlights right here. Shema Yisrael right here.
Psalm 98.
Mizmor Tzadechet Mizmor.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song.
Shir Adonai Shir Hadash.
For he hath done marvelous things.
Ki niflaot asa.
His right hand and his holy arm.
Hoshi'a lo yemino.
Hath gotten him the victory.
Uzroa kotsho.
The Lord hath made known his salvation.
Hodia Adonai Yeshuato.
The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise, and rejoice, and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp. with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet, make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world, and the people with equity, with equity, with equity.
Shabbat Shalom.
Adei Chait Mizmor Shiru LaYahweh Shir Hadash Ki Niflaot Asa Hoshia Lau Iminu Zeroa Kadsho Hodia Yahuwah Yeshuato לעיני הגויים גילה צדקתו זכר חסדו ואמונתו לבית ישראל ראו כל אפסי ארץ את ישועת אלוהינו הראו ליחוה כל הארץ פיצחו ורננו וזמרו זמרו ליחוה בכינור וכל הזמרה בחצוצרות וכל השופר הראו לפני המלך יחוה ירא עמה הימה ומלו תבלה ויושבי בה נהרות ימחאו הכף יחד ההרים ירננו לפני יחוה כי בא לשפוט הארץ ישפוט התבל בצדק ועמים במישרים.
Lion of Judah Society.
Here, today's daily psalm right here. We had Psalm 98. Psalm 98 Mizmor Sadai Chet. Sadai Chet. The Hebrew Aleph numeric says Sadai. Hebrew letters Sadai. Some say Sadai, Sadai, Sadai Chet. The Hebrew letter Sadai has a numerical value of 90. Sadai, getting to numbers. And the value of the Hebrew letters, Sadai, 90, and Chet, or some enunciate Chet, the eighth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So 90 and 8 means more Sadai, Chet, means more Sadai, Chet. Here we have Psalm XCVII. So for us, using our letters as numbers, Sadai, Chet, and the Latin, Psalm XCVII. Here we have a call to nature, a call to the natures, to nature, to worship. Call to nature, to worship all nature, all the natures, all nature, all the powers and the creation. Nature is summoned to join in the acclamation, in lauding and in applauding. Toda. Acclamation of the Supreme King for his redemption. for his redemption of Yisrael, of the Beta Israel, from captivity. Now, this psalm, this Mizmor, is also a psalm here in the 90s, right? The 90s psalm is a psalm also largely made up of quotations, right? So there's some of the later psalms that are like kind of quotations, are like almost like an homage to the earlier psalms and kind of adapted for congregational worship in the later times, especially after the return from the Babylonian captivity of the southern tribe, namely the tribe of Judah from the Babylonian captivity. There were many of these sort of psalms. Some of the later psalms, they fit into that context there. This psalm is also largely here, made up of quotations, and yet it's able to retain a refreshing spontaneity. Today's daily psalm, as we shared on the screen, a greeting to him who is become known in righteousness and salvation. Or the theme of this is the call to nature, call to the nature to worship him. It's a greeting to him. He who be, who he be, who he be. He be he who is become known in righteousness, right choiceness, and salvation. Now, here, just touch on some of the notes here. It's a little psalm, right? Small psalm here, right? Here it says that this, let's bring this up. This is the only psalm that is inscribed Mizmor. So Mizmor is basically a psalm, Mizmor, right? Without further addition. So if we look through the Sefer Tehillim, the Psalter, the Book of Psalms, the Hebraic Book of Psalms, Sefer Tehillim, we'll find that Psalm 98, Mizmor Tzadai Chet, is the only psalm that's just inscribed Mizmor, just that one word, Mizmor. You know, all the other ones like Mizmor LeDavid, you know, or Mizmor and Ashir, you know, but there's no additional, right? There's no additional, right? It says Mizmorah Yitoma. Oh, okay. Here, according to Avodah Zarah 24b, this is the Aramaic. This is some Aramaic here. So Aramaic, we'll touch on how the Aramaic and the Hebrew, how they really work together. Aramaic was the language of what they call it. It was the language of Assyria and the Babylonians. It was like their official language. You know, more of an East Coast, an Eastern Shemitic language. While biblical Hebrew is more of a Western and Southern Shemitic, you know, language. So here they will have Mizmorah Yitoma, Yatom in Hebrew is orphan. So this is called the Mizmorah Yitoma, like an orphan song, right? Now we can touch on the Peshido, so forth and so on, how the Syriac describes it, the new song. However, this is not the song of Moses, but its counterpart, the counterpart of this, right? So we have Revelation 15:3. And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of Yahweh, and the song of the Lamb, saying, great and marvelous are thy works, Lord God Almighty, just and true thy ways, thou King of saints. Now there's some disputes as to whether it's King of saints or it's King of nations or if it's King of ages. And that's an interesting reasonment there, but KJV translates King of saints, right? There Yahweh reigneth. Malak, Yahweh. Yahweh has become king. It reigns, been coronated. Yahweh reigneth. Yahweh has become king. Resounded for the first time at the sea. At the sea, we have the Yam Suf, Exodus chapter 15, right? Exodus chapter 15, and in particular verse 2, for the first occurrence in the scripture of Yah, the Savior shout of Yah, right? At the sea. Here, the completion of the beginning there commence is sung. The final glory of the divine kingdom. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. That through judgment, through what? How does the kingdom come? Through judgment. Through judgment breaks through to its full reality. So the kingdom, thy will be done, thy kingdom come in earth as is in heaven. Well, the final glory of the divine kingdom that through judgment breaks through to its full reality. So it's through the judgments that we get the full reality, right, of the kingdom come, right? The beginning and end, right? Notice this in today's daily psalm. The beginning and end are taken from Psalm 96. So for the Shabbat Eve, the Kabbalat Shabbat, the welcoming, receiving of the Shabbat, it really begins at the eve. Evening and morning is a day. So really, it's not just a day, but when we study the Torah way, we see that evening and morning, right? So the evening. So we have Psalm 95 to Psalm 99 plus Psalm 29, right? For the Kabbalah Shabbat, welcoming in the Sabbath. So we go over these Psalms, 95 to 99 in the 90s, right? So here we have the beginning and the end in today's daily Psalm being taken from Psalm 96. Almost all that lay between is taken from the second part of Yeshaya. Check that out. We need to follow up on this, see if this is true. Is this true that almost all that lay or lie between is taken from the second part of Yeshaya, Isaiah? This book of consolation for the exiles is become, as it were, a Castilian spring. I guess there's some spring, or like I heard about in Ethiopia. They have the springs. The springs of water. For the religious, the really just lyric. Okay, so here. Today's daily Psalm 98, right? 98 and 1 we have already read in 96 and 1. 98 and 1 we've already read in 96 and 1. What follows in 98 and 1 is taken from, check this out, Yeshaya, Isaiah 52 and 10, right? Isaiah 63 and 5, right? Compare this with today's Psalm 98 and 7, right? Psalm 59 and 16, right? Compared as well with Psalm 40 and 10. The primary passage of Isaiah 52 and 10. Right, and the connection here. Let's just zoom in on this just briefly here, right? Let's bring this out right here to plain English, right? It says, Yahweh hath made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. So our God has salvation, and his salvation, right? The salvation of our God. So here we have this right here. Chashaf Yahuwah et zeroa kodsho le'ainei kol hagoyim Ra'u kol afsei aretz eta Yeshuat Eloheinu. All the ends of the earth they shall see. Ra'u, call all afsei, the ends of Aretz, the ends of the land, the ends of the earth, shall see et Yeshuat, the salvation of Yeshuat, salvation of Eloheinu, Yeshuat Eloheinu. So here, this connection, today's daily psalm, le aine, could opposite, boom, 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 boom. It was this last part down here, le Beit Yisrael. So this part here is of or for the house of Israel. Let's see if I can highlight this, right? I had to highlight more so I can highlight the Hebrew part. Le Beit, for the Beit Yisrael is beta. We say beta in the Ethiopic enunciation, beta Yisrael, beta Israel. In the Hebrew, le Beit Yisrael. It depends on why is kar, okay, why is kar, and according to this here, why is kor, why is kor lahem burrito, why yin nachem karoba chasado. This here from 106, right? 106, and he remembered for them his covenant, burrito, and repented, right? Repented, it was like sorry. He felt sorry for us in that sense of repented. So our repenting is like turning to him in repentance for what we have done wrong, having changed of mind. His repentance, the Naham repentance, is like him feeling sorry, relenting, right? According to the multitude of his mercies. So here we have this right here. Why yiskor lahem barita. Why yin nachem karo chasido, or chasidayo, according to the multitude of his tender mercies. Right? So yeah, chasidayo, mercies, chasido, his mercy, chasidayo, his mercies. Right? So right there, and then it says compare this with Luke, right? Luke 1:54. Love one that kind of connects from the old covenant or from the Torah scriptures, and we can kind of ride it straight through to the Brit Chadash, like here. It says, he hath hopen, old time English hopen, anti-lambanomai. Whoa, what a word. Anti-lambanomai, right? To lay hold of, to hold fast to anything. This is anti-lambanomai, right? In the Koine Synagogue Greek, right here. To take a person or a thing in order, as it were, to be held, to take, to embrace, to help, to be a partaker of, right? The benefits of the services rendered by the slaves. All right, of the servants, right? But the sense here in turn to succor also has a sense of to help, partake, like a partaker, supporter. So here it says, he have helped, hoping, or been a partaker as a supporter of his servant Yisrael, in remembrance of mercy, in remembrance of chesed in the Hebrew, in remembrance of mercy. So we have this verse here, even connecting with Moshiach in the first advent. But be that as it may that as it be, right here. Let's ride up on with today's daily psalm from the KJV. As we mentioned, this psalm here is also based on, we could say, quotations, right? We have quotation. There's three main parts, only 9 verses here, three main parts, verses 1 to 3, the praise of Yahweh, the praise of Eloheinu for Yeshuato, for his salvation. In verses 4 to 6, acclaim to Lord and applaud. Third eye. Acclaim Elohim with music, acclaim him with music, right? Musically. And lastly but not leastly, verses 7 to 9, may all nature, right? All creation, all the iration, creation, nature, join in the praise. So here, call to nature to worship, right? One of the themes here, I like the one that comes up here from the K&D, Colin DeLeach notes, a greeting to him, right, who is become known, he who be, who he be, who has become known in righteousness and salvation. So here, today's daily psalm right here. Let's ride up right here, the opening portion right here. A psalm, that's what it means. Like when I said, this is the only psalm that opens with just mizmor. So we can bring this out. Let's compare, contrast here. Here's the Aleph verse, right? So this is the only psalm that begins with this word here, right? Mizmor, namely a psalm, a mizmor, a psalm, with no other indication, right? So this is the only heading in the Psalter, in the Sefer Tehillim, the book of the Psalms, the book of the praises, in that the term mizmor occurs without some qualifying word. So everywhere else in the book of praises, Sefer Tehillim, in the book of Psalms, you'll find qualifiers, right? But this is just the only psalm that just has mizmor, simply mizmor, a chant, Isis, right? Here, a psalm. Oh, sing la Yahweh to Jehovah a new song, for he have done marvelous things. His right hand and his holy arm hath gotten him the victory, have gotten him the Yasha, the victory, right here. So here we have mizmor. Shiru, Shiru, La Yahweh, sing y'all. Shiru, Shiru. To say Shiru is speaking to like many, like a group, like saying to you all of you have to sing. Shiru, Shiru, La Yahweh, Shiru, La Yahweh. Often the psalm, as you've heard even in the audible, they would replace the Yahweh as a deference, not to violate, the word of the command, to take the name in vain. They'll say, Shiru la Adonai, Shiru la Adonai. Here, according to what is written, Mizmor, Shiru la Yahweh shir chadash, ki niflaota asa, Hoshia lau yemino, u zeroa kodsho, u zeroa kodsho, u zeroa kodsho. What do we have right here? A new song, a shir chadash. So sing y'all, shiru la Yahweh. Sing y'all what? To he who be who you be? A shir chadash. A shir, a song, a shir. Here we have shir, shira, right? Shir. The song of the sea is known as shirat, right? Shirat Hayam, the song of Hayam. Here we have the word for song, shir, right? And then we have the verb, right? Shir and shura, but here shir, to sing. So shiru, sing y'all la Yahweh, sing y'all what? Sing y'all a shir, a song, right? A song chadash. What? Chadash, adis, chadash, right? Adas, right? Chadas, a new song, fresh song, a new. Now, this word new is very interesting because here getting to the verb chadash means to be new or to renew. Even Hebraically has a sense of to repair. So we say the Brit Chadasha, the new covenant, the renewed covenant, Chadasha, Brit Chadasha, and the repaired. You see, repair, Chadash. So the word Chadash, Hebraically, can mean to renew, to make anew, or even to repair. Like if you fix something, you repair it, you make it like, somebody repair. Oh, it's made like new. It's been renewed, right? Chadash, right? To be new, even in the sense of to rebuild or repair, right? But here with the song, Shiru la Yahweh shir chadash, Kia niflaota asa. So a new song we have in Psalm 90 and 96. As mentioned in Psalm 96, the first verse. In Psalm 96, the first verse concerning singing the Shir Chadash. Why? Why are we singing the Shir Chadash? It says ki, because ki niflaot asa, because because ki niflaot asa, for he have done marvelous things. Ki niflaot, for wonderful things, marvelous things. Niflaot asa, he has done. So the word niflaot come from fala, niflaot, right? To be marvelous. It's a nephil sense of pala, to be beyond one's power, difficult to do, difficult to understand, to be wonderful, extraordinary, right? Niflaot, asa, right? Niflaot, asa, ki niflaot, asa. His right hand and his holy arm hath wrought or hath done did, right? In a sense, have done or has wrought, has done salvation for him. The KJV says, have gotten him the victory. Now, to my point about the word salvation in Hebrew also means victory. So in a kind of a military sense, like a campaign, if we lose in the campaign, it's we had no salvation, right? We lost. We didn't get victory. But if we win in the fight, right, we have gotten salvation. We have gotten victory. This is a key verse here in the translation that shows and proves this point. But the full of this here is Hoshia, lau, Hoshia. Now Hoshia is from the Yasha root, Hoshia, Hoshia, right? Hoshia, right? And it kind of has the he feel sense to save from moral troubles. Or you see where it says to give victory to. Hoshia, Hoshia, salvation, right? Lau, to him, Lau, lehu, to who? To him, Lau, Hoshia, Lau, right? Yemino, his right hand. So salvation to him, salvation, saving for him, right? Saving to him, victory for him, victory to him. Hoshialo, Yemino, his Yemino, his right hand, Yemino, and Zeroa is the arm, right? The arm. So his hand and his zeroa kodsho, zeroa kodsho, and his arm holy and his holy arm, zeroa kodsho, right? So now it's interesting because the arm grammatically is feminine, zeroa kodsho, and the right hand is also feminine, right? Yamin, right? Yamin, right? Yamin, no. His right hand and his holy arm. What have they done? Right? What they do? Right? Hoshi'ah lau. They wrought salvation. They do salvation, or as the KJV says right here, they have gotten him the victory. So the root word, right, of Hoshi'ah is Yasha, Hoshia, right? A reminiscence, what we have here is a reminiscence of Psalm 44, right? Psalm 44, round about the fourth verse, where it is emphasized that Israel's victory over the Canaanite, the Afro-Canaanite peoples was not won by Israel's sword and arm. So when we look at Psalm 44, right, 44, around about verse 3, verse 4, right, it's emphasized there that the Beta Israel, B'nai Yisrael's victory over the Canaanite peoples was not won by Israel's sword and arm. However, it was by thy right hand, Yamineka, right, and Zeroaka, right, Zeroaka, and thy right arm. This is likewise true, right? Contextually speaking, of Babylon's downfall, right? Holy arm, a word on Zeroa Kodsho, right? This is found in Yeshaya. This is found in Isaiah 52 and 10. In Yeshaya, in Isaiah 52 and 10. So to the prophets, right? 52 and 10. Here we go. Just to touch on this here, 52 and 10, right? To the law, the Torah, and to the prophets. Yahweh hath made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of Eloheinu, right? Chasaf Yahweh et zeroa kodshoa le'aineya kol hagoyim. Ra'u kol afsei aretz et Yeshuat Eloheinu. We'll see the Yeshuat, the salvation of Eloheinu. It means, what does this mean? Speaking of Zeroah, right? Speaking of the arm, his holy arm, Zeroah, Kodsho, right? What does the arm, the forearm, right? Like arm and hammer, right? It means power exercised in a holy cause, Zeroah. It's interesting because they use that symbol, the arm and hammer and stuff like that, right? That's like the visualization of the word pick, right? It means holy arm, Zeroa Kodsho. It means power that's exercised in a holy cause that gains the victory for him. Hoshi'ah lau, gain the victory for him, Hoshia lau. So here, to this verse right here, this opening groundational verse, full, right? Right here, let's back it up. Right here, a psalm, Mizmor. Shiru la Yahweh, Shir Chadash, Ki Niflaot, Asa, Hoshia Lau, Yemino, Uzroa, Kodsho. Hear, oh, sing to Yahweh, he who be, a new, a renewed song. For he have done marvelous, wonderful, hard to understand things. His right hand and his holy arm have wrought salvation for him, have gotten him the victory. Hata the bakal, the sweeter the victory. Hoshialo, Hoshialo. Here to the bait. The second verse right here. Today's daily psalm, opening section 1 to 3. Right? Praise to Yahweh for his salvation, for Yeshuato. Here it says, Yahweh hath made known his salvation, his righteousness hath he openly shewed in the sight of the heathen, right? Of the heathen, the Gentiles, the nations, the Goyim, right? Openly, he's revealed it. A revelation reveals the truth, right? Revolution. Hodia, Yahuwah, Yeshuato, Hodia. He has made it, yada, the root verb here, Hodia. Hodia is in the po'al sense, to cause to know. He's made it known, linking with the pu'al sense, to be known. Hodia, Yahweh, right? Yahweh has made it known, cause it to be known. Yeshuato, his Yeshua, his, here we go right here. Here we have it. Yeshua, salvation, Yeshuato, his salvation, le'ainei, in the eyes of Hagoyim, le'ainei, Hagoyim, in the eyes, right? In the eyes of the nationalities, the nations, Gila, Sidkato. He has revealed, like almost like to say unveiled, right? It says in their sight, right? Le'ainei, in their eyes, right? He has shewed, openly shewed, right? Gila, from Gala, to uncover, to make it bare, right? To uncover it, to reveal himself. Gila, right? Gila Tzidkato, right? He's revealed Tzidkato, his tzedakah, his charity, his righteousness, his right choiceness, right? Often this word is charity, because charity truly is righteous giving. Tzedakah, his tzedakah, right? His righteousness, right? See, I link even with the law, the Torah, the judge, with the Davidic king, Messiah. Righteousness is an attribute of Yahweh Eloheinu. Right there. Also truthfulness. So what do we have here in this verse here? The two keys is salvation, Yeshuato, right? And his righteousness is Sidkato. So we have Yeshuato, and Sidkato, right? Yeshuato and Sidkato, right? Salvation, his salvation, or his victory, right? And Sidkato, his righteousness, his charity, his righteous giving. The former, Yeshuato, right? Salvation, victory, was the effect of the latter. So salvation, right? His salvation, right? Yeshuato is the effect of Sidkato, of his righteousness, right? In upholding the right, good over evil. He humbled the Babylonians, right? For the combination, right, of this here, we also have it in Psalm 70, in Psalm 71, right? Psalm 71, round about the 14th to 15th verse, Psalm 71, for the combination of this. So where it says Yahweh hath made known his salvation, his righteousness hath he openly shewed in the sight of the heathen, the nations. So remember that the former salvation, Yeshuato, is the effect of Sidkato, Hodia Yahuwah Yeshuato, Le'aineya Hagoyim, Gila, Sidkato, Gila, Sidkato. He's revealed Sidkato in the sight, Le'ainei Hagoyim, in the sight of the goyim. So here we have goy, the root word in the verse is the plural ha, definite article ha goyim le'ainei, in the eyes of. Ein is a singular eye. Ainei is the eyes of. Le'ainei ha goyim, in the eyes of the nationalities, the heathen. So publicly, that all peoples could discern his intervention. The match that was struck by the nations in Ethiopia among the Israelites of Ethiopia and the tribe of Judah, he said the flames will burn Europe. And what was that? That some call World War II the Second War, right? Wasn't that openly? Right? Wasn't that openly in their eyes, in the eyes of? So what did he say? That word of prophecy, right? He said the match. He said God, right, and history. Remember the judgment. Remember the judgment. One more time. Hodia Yahuwah Yeshuato Le'aineya Hagoyim Gila Sidkato. Here to the third verse here for the opening part here. The praise, the hallelujah, and the praise of Elohim, right? The praise of Elohim, right? Yahweh Eloheinu for his salvation. For he hath remembered, God in history will remember, right? He hath remembered, God in history will remember. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the Beit Yisrael, towards the beta Israel, right? The beta Israel, the Beit Yisrael, all the ends of the earth. We come from over there and we're way over here at the ends of the earth, right? Come from the east and over here in the west, and the ends of the earth have seen, sight. They have done what? They have seen Habarim. They have seen, right? They have seen the salvation of Eloheinu. Right here. Sounding the Isaiah bringing that out. Here we have, remember, Zakar Chasedoa we Munato Lebeta Yisrael. Ra'u Kol Afasei Aretz Eta Yeshuata Eloheinu. This is the verse just brought out from Isaiah. Right, this right here is the verse that is brought out from Isaiah. Right, we touched on just a little moment ago about the holy arm. Right, this is that verse. Right, this is that verse right there. What is it? Isaiah 52 and 10. Right, Isaiah 52 and 10. Take a snapshot of it. Right, Isaiah 52 and 10. Right, let's go over here once again. Compare scripture with scripture here, a little there, a little. Right. Right, I'm gonna do like this. Then there's no, look, it says right here, the site. He has. You see the pickup on it. Even the language made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. But notice how the Hebrew is. The first part, Chasaf Yahweh Eta Zeroah Kodsho. The second part is the part that is directly in this verse in today's daily psalm, to kind of show and prove that it was a psalm, right, in the later times for congregational worship based on the scripts. Here, this part, Le'ainei Kol Hagoyim, Le'ainei, in the eyes of Kol Hagoyim, of all the nations, Le'ainei Kol Hagoyim W'ra'u, and Ra'u, and they shall see, Ra'u Kol Afsei Aretz, and all the ends of the land, Eta Yeshuata Eloheinu, shall see, right, the salvation, right, of our Elohim. And here is this third verse, right? The first part a little different because it says Zakar Chasido. Zakar, he has remembered Chasido, his loving kindness, his gracious love, his mercy. Zakar Chasido we Emunato, and his faithfulness, his true faith Emuna, Emunato, Vemunato, Levate, Yisrael to the bait, Yisrael to the bait of Israel. But notice the second part. See, the second part, that's like the quote we just went to in the prophet Isaiah, right? It says, Ra'u, kol afsei aretz, eta yishuata Eloheinu, right? So we see this connection here. He hath remembered, right? He has zakar, right? Zakar hasido. He has remembered. He has called to mind, right? Brought to remembrance. Although the cry of the exiles had been, what was the cry of the exiles? Do you know the cry of the exiles? I mean, what's the cry of a lot of our people, even in this latter day and time? What's the cry? Well, let's go to 49, 49, 49, 14. Isaiah 49, 49, 49, 14. Right? 49, 14. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Right? Here we go, here we go. What's the cry? The cry of the exiles then and now. But Zion, Sion, even the African Zion, Afro-Semitic Zion, have said, Yahuwah hath forgotten me, Adoni hath forsaken me, Adoni hath forgotten me. Zion, she said, what is Zion? What did she say? Yahuwah hath forsaken me, Adoni hath forgotten me. Here, let's go down to the Tanakh right here. It says, Watomer Sion, and she said, Sion, and Zion said, Watomer Sion, Azabani, Yahuwah, Lama Sabachthani. She said, what? Azabani, Yahuwah wa Adonai, Shekahani. And Adonai, Shekahani, has Shakeach, has ignored me, has forgotten me, almost causing me to wither, has forgotten me. This is what Zion said. This is the cry, the cry, the cry. Yahweh has abandoned me, Azavani, right? Yahweh, the sovereign master, Adonai, right? Shekehani, has Shekehani, has forgotten me. This is the cry, right? And was the cry of the exiles then and now, but this is the word, right, of faith. It's the word of the promise, the expectation, the yea and amen. Zakar hasto, right? Yahweh, right, will remember. God and history will remember the judgment. Zakar Hasidoa we Munato Lebeta Yisrael Rau Akola Afaseya Aretza Eta Yeshuata Eloheinu. Mercy and faithfulness. Right? Mercy. Right? You see, mercy and faithfulness. Now, notice something here. In the King James Version, it says truth. Right? It's Emunah. Now, Emunah is often translated, rendered as faith. Emunah, faith. Emunato, his faith, his faithfulness, his faith. All right. So sometimes we ask, well, so God, right, the true good, the true God, Eloheinu has faith. All right. Eloheinu has faith. But let's get into the root of faith. Emunah, right? We have Emunato, his faithfulness. So we brought it out as his faithfulness, but the KJV bring out his truth, right? So the word Emunah has a sense of firmness, fidelity, steadfastness, steadiness. Scroll down here. The sense of firmness, that which is firm, security, fidelity, like faithfulness. But getting to the root sense from Emunah comes from Amun. Amun is faithfulness. So what is faithful? Faithful is trusting. That which you trust, notice trust links with truth, right? Faithful, trusty, trustworthy, established, trustworthy, truthworthy, trustworthiness, because it's truthworthy, right? From Aman, to support, to confirm that which is faithful, that which is true. Right, so getting all the way to the root sense, this is also the word that's used in the Hebrew, aman, ma'amin, to believe, to have faith, to credit, to trust in that which is truth, to be certain, right? That sense, trust and truth and firmness and faith. So in the Hebrew, all of these is kind of like part of almost like one matrix. But here they translate it as his truth, right? Emunata, which it can be, but more correctly as faithfulness, right? His loving kindness and his true faith, the true faithfulness. This is combined, right, in Psalm 90, 92, and 3, right? In Psalm 92 and 3, right? For the Kabbalah Shabbat and the Shabbat day. 92 is a Sabbath day psalm, right? Ain't it? Right? So right here, 92 and 3, right? What do we have right here? 92 and 3 is the verse over, right? 92 and 3. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see if we can get this right here. Let's see right here. Where's the verse? Where's the verse? There we go. It was actually verse 2 because the numbering is different from the Hebrew to the English. Okay, it says to shew forth, to do what? To shew forth thy loving kindness, thy what? Thy chesed. Chesed, zakar chasto, for he has remembered chasto, to show forth his chesed, his mercy, his loving kindness. You see it here, they translate as loving kindness, over there as mercy. So sometimes when I say the different ways, I'm trying to give ones a link to over here, loving kindness, over there, mercy, but here and there, the root is chesed, right? Show forth chasadeka, right? Thy loving kindness in the morning, right? In the morning, right? In the morning, in the what? The boker tov, the break of day, boker tov, right? And thy what? Thy faithfulness, right? Thy what? Emunateka, every night. So notice, in Psalm 92, the psalm for the Shabbat day, we're speaking directly to Yahweh. Here in Psalm 98, right, we're speaking of him, right? Of him, right? To shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. In the Hebrew, it's balelot, is the plural sense. Lit hagida baboker hasedeka. Lihagi, to tell, to shew forth, to nagad, to tell, to Haggadah, the Haggadah from nagad, to tell, to declare. Lihagid, baboker, in the boker, right, in the break of day, chasedeka, the eyes chesed, we emunateka, and the eyes emuna balelot, in the leilot, in halelot, in the nights. This here to be compared right here with this right here. Let's bring it back here. He has remembered his mercy and his truth, his mercy and his faithfulness. So ones might miss it looking at the English because over here they say mercy, over there they say loving kindness, right? Over here they say truth, over there they say faithfulness. So this is why we get to the source, the root code, because then we see it's just a translator there. Chesed is here, right? And Emuna is here. And in Psalm 92, right, Hebraic is the third verse, but the KJV is the second verse. 92, it says the same words here, but they use a different translation. So we'll see that link, right? All the ends, right? All the ends, call afsei aretz, all the ends of the land of the earth, right? Ra'u, they will see. What will they see? Et Yeshuata Eloheinu. They will see the Yeshuat. They will see the salvation or the victory. Remember, salvation and victory, right, is two ways, two sides of the same coin, right? Yeshuat Eloheinu, of the Elohim of Anu. Elohim, Elohe, Anu, Eloheinu. Here. This is the promise that we find in Yeshaya, right, in Isaiah 52 and 10, that the psalmist may have had in mind, right? Once again, to see that this is a post, right? This is a post-Davidic psalm that's in the style of David, right? After the time of the Babylonian captivity. And here, these psalms here, used for congregational worship. So now right here, this brings us to the next section. That was the first section, verses 1 to 3, right? Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Abba, verses, Aleph, Beit, Gimel, verses, praise of Yahweh for Yeshuato, for his salvation, for his victory. So here in the Dalet verse, the 4th to the 6th verse, is the acclaim, right? Lord and applaud. Acclaim him, hail him with music. Acclaim him with music. Make a joyful noise, la Yahweh, all the earth, all the land. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise and chant aises and sing praises. Hari'u, Hari'u la Yahweh, Hari'u la Yahweh, call a Haretza, Pizzahu, we Rananu, we Zameru. Here's a call like the ooh to all of y'all. Hari'u, Hari'u, Hari'u. Make a loud noise or a ru'ah, ru'ah. The ru'ah is like the sound of the shofar on Yom Teruah, like ru'ah, haru, 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 haru. Haru la Yahweh. Haru la Yahweh. So there, the ruah, and the shofar, teruah, teruah. So the root here, ruah. Notice that it's also the shout in triumph. You know, the shout in triumph to sound a signal for war, for march. These are they, right? By the house of their fathers, all that were able to go forth to war, to shout a war cry, right? Hari'u, to sound an alarm, ring the alarm, right? To shout in applause. Hari'u, la Yahweh. Hari'u, la Yahweh. So right here, make a joyful noise. Hari'u, la Yahweh. Call haaretz, all the land. Right, all the land, i.e., all the earth. In the direct context, they wasn't caring about everywhere. They're talking about all the land that Yahweh, everyone, everybody, right? Haru la Yahweh call haaretz, but in the full, right? Even the ends of the earth, all the land, all the earth. Pizzahu, 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 right? Pizzahu right here, from patzach. Patzach. What is patzach? Right? Not pizza, but patzach is to break, to cause to break or burst forth. Pitzchu, pitzchu. Right? Almost sound like something breaking. Pitzchu, pitzchu. Right? Break forth, to break out. Break forth, to break up. Right? To break out in joyful sound. Break out. Right? Pitzchu, y'all. Right? Make a loud noise, y'all. Pitzchu, y'all. We're raninu, and rejoice and do the raninu, y'all, right? To shout, cry out, shout for joy, give a ringing, a shrilling cry, joy, right? And sing praise, right? With zameru, right? With and zameru. Zameru. So Zameru is an interesting word. Remember this psalm here? It's called Mizmor. Mizmor, right? That's all that we have in the superscription, just a psalm. This is from Mizmor, it's from Zamar. Zamar, right? To sing praises, to chant aises, to chant praises with instrumental music, to the idea of striking the fingers. So in the first sense, it was like the harp, on the harp, like the guitar, like a guitar or harp, on the harps. But also it can be synonymously with playing the drums, because when you play the drums, you're striking with your fingers. When you are playing like the string music, you're also striking the strings. But it's to chant the aises along with musical accompaniment. Almost like, when you have vocalists, playing the acoustic guitar and singing a sing, right? Chanting a chant and singing a song, or playing the drums, striking the drums with your fingers and chanting the Isis. This is the sense of the Zamar. You see, through the idea of striking with the fingers, properly to touch the strings or parts of a musical instrument. Just like a drum, you touch the skin with your fingers to play upon it and to make music. In other words, to make the rhythm, right, or the melody, and to accompany it by the voca, the voice, right, the voice. And this is the sense, hence, to celebrate in song and in music, to chant Isis, Isis. So here, this verse here, shout the earth, shout, right? Better sense of this would be shout to Yahweh. Here they have make a joyful noise. Hari'u la Yahweh, from the ruah, to shout, y'all. Yeah! Right? We say ja and yeah. Shout, give a blast, y'all. Again, we have this in the C note Psalm 100, right? Psalm 100, first verse. As so often in the Sefer Tehillim, in the Psalter, the book of Psalms, Yahweh's display of salvation, of victory to the Beit Yisrael, to the Beta Israel, is not interpreted as a special mark of favor to his chosen people, so to speak. A lot of people get this chosen people idea all ucked up because they're following the Gentiles. But anyway, in the Hebraic sense, the scriptural sense, in the Psalter, right, Yahweh's display of salvation or victory to the Beta Yisrael, to Beit Yisrael, is not interpreted as a special mark of favor to his, quote, chosen people. You're chosen people. Make sure people don't put a hook in your nose off of that one there. But as the prelude to a worldwide recognition of his sovereignty over the whole earth. Right? It says, earth is Yahweh's and the fullness thereof. But if you go around the earth, there's many ones that don't recognize that Yahweh is the sovereign, right? Or his Moshiach. That means there's more work to be done in the establishment of the Malkut Elohim, right? So this is a prelude. So what he does for us is that we will fulfill for him, right, the terms and conditions, right, of the covenant, especially the Brit Chadasha, right? So right here it says, break forth. So see, it gets confused here in the translation. Say make a loud, make a joyful noise. Then it says make a loud sound. More better translated from the Hebrew, shout to Yahweh all the earth, all the land, all the earth. Break forth and sing out for joy. Yea, sing praises or sing chant Isis. Sing for joy, yea, sing chant Isis. Hariu la Yahweh call haaretz. Pitzachua we ranenu we zameru. Here. The same verbs that we find in Yeshaya, Isaiah, same chapter we was pointing to 52 and 9. 52 and 9, we have the same sort of words, right? The same sort of words right here. Now, why is it important? It first of all gives us the time, right? Gives the time of when the psalm was composed and by who and what sort of a psalm, what sort of congregation and worship psalm it is. Notice the words here. Break forth into joy, sing together your waste places of Yerushalayim. Because when the remnant out of the Babylonian captivity had repatriated to the land grant, the land given, right, to Yehuda, to Judah, out of the Babylonian captivity after Cyrus and Darius, in that period of time right there, the land was wasted, right, from 70 years earlier. You remember the 70 years or so earlier? That's when the Babylonians, Nebuchadnezzar, had busted down the wall of Jerusalem. And that's when they had tore down the temple of Shlomo, Hamelech, the temple of Solomon. So when they returned in the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, it was a waste. You can go back to the books of Ezra and Nehemiah as additional read once you have a good groundation in Ezra and Nehemiah. Then check out in that order Esdras in the apocryphal books. Break forth into joy. Now let's look at the words here to prove the point. Patzach, remember, pitzchu, break forth. So over here they say break forth into joy, and in the psalm they say a loud noise. That's where sometimes confusion comes in. Check, right? Then it says sing ranan, right? Rananu, right? Sing y'all, cry out for joy, right? Your waste places of Jerusalem, for Yahweh have comforted. Look at the word comforted, Naham. Elsewhere it says repent. Sometimes they will bring out this word, like when it says that I will not strive with man, for that he also is flesh in Genesis chapter 6. It says that it repented him, right? It repented. The word they use is nacham, right? It repented him. He was sorry, right? He had to console himself, kind of regret, to comfort yourself, like pity the fools. They had to bring a flood on them. But in this sense of nacham, right? Menachem, the comforter in Hebrew, menachem, right? For Yahweh has comforted his people. That same word comforted, the H5162, elsewhere, that's when they try to be funny people or people who just don't know, right? They'll be like, oh, the Lord, he had to repent. That means he did something wrong. You know what I mean? And they're confusing the translations and the translators, right? But the word there is the same word as comforted. Just want you to get the 411. He hath redeemed. He's done what? He's redeemed. He's Ga'al, because he is Ha-Goel. He is the kinsman redeemer. And he's also the Messiah, the avenger. So the kinsman redeemer is also the avenger. That has a lot to do with the Torah portion we have before us right here. And let's just bring this out right here. Right? The theme Chavari of this Torah reading and feeding right here. Messiah, the avenger. He's the redeemer, right? And he's the kinsman, right? The kinsman redeemer. But redeemer many times he has to take vengeance because of the innocent blood so shed. Check. So this links here 52 and 9. So notice we touched on 52 and 10 with this psalm, and now 52 and 9. So that means that those who composed and compiled this psalm for congregational worship, they were familiar with Yeshaya's prophecy. Now Yeshaya lived after the time of Dawid. So therefore it's in the style of Dawid, praise and worship music, as it were, congregational. So when we would chant the psalm together, right, and chant the psalm together would be like our, you could say, holy liturgy, so to speak, right? But here to this verse here, break forth and sing for joy, the same words. And then lastly but not leastly, sing praise. We already touched on this. The Zameru is Zamar, and Zamar is at the root of Mizmor. So every psalm, we say a mizmor, it's a chant, it's Isis, making melody, right? Either with voice, like a cappella chant, and or with a musical instrument, right? Or both. So either with musical instrument or with voice or both together. So also in the next verse coming forward. So this verse again, once again, Hariu la Yahweh kol haaretz. Pitzachu with ranenu, with zameru, right? Here to the 5th verse. Remember, we're in the section, the Hey verse here. Acclaim him with music, right? With music, right? Musically. Sing la Yahweh to Jehovah with the harp. With the harp and the voice of a psalm and the voice of a zimra. Zimra is connected with zamar and connected with mizmor, psalm right there. A zimra is music, melody, song, right? A musical piece, a song to be accompanied by an instrument, right? Whether it's like a guitar or a harp. Today we say guitar, a guitar, right? A harp in the ancient days, or even the drums, right? Because remember the root word aspect of zamar, right? Zamar is through the idea of striking with the fingers. Zamar, right? Zamar, to strike with the fingers, to touch the strings, or to touch a part of a musical instrument, like the skins of a drum, right? Isis, y'all. Yes, I give Isis. So sing to Yahweh with the harp and the voice, the voca, right? The voca, right? The voice, word sound of a psalm. Notice it says of a psalm. So one talk about praise and worship music, and you don't hear no psalms. What kind of praise and worship music is this? You know what I mean? There's no psalms, or you just made up something. Oh, what you made up is better than Dawid, and better than the Levites, and better than the returned exiles, right? That were favored by Yahweh. That's why you'll find in the New Covenant when it points to Psalms. This links in the New Covenant to Psalms, because that shows how the Psalms were used and how the Psalms should be used. Here, the Hebrew, the Ivrit, Yehudit, Zamru la Yahuwah be kinor wikol zimra zamru. So the zamru is really like zamar, chant Isis, my vocal, my a cappella, as well as the accompaniment of the kinor, to say like the guitar, right, or the harps. Zamru la Yahweh big kinor, with the kinor, the harp, the lyre, the instrument that makes a what the instrument does? It twang, right? It's interesting because even the guitar, doesn't the guitar twang, right? Even with the roots, the king's music, the real roots reggae music, the music of the king, even the King of Kings, the elect of God, the twang. You hear the twang, right? That twang, right? Big kinor, not it repeats big kinor. Big by way of or on the kinor, big kinor on the kinor with call and voice zimra, and the voice of the zimra, and the voice of the chant, the voice of the chanting, the intonation. Zamaru la Yahuwah big kinor with call zimra. What do we have right here? The voice of melody, right? Remember the melody makers? What happened to them? Anyway, with all zimra, with the voice of melody. Here we have another prophetical. So in the minds of the returned Judeans, Judahites, that small remnant that had repatriated, had returned to the land of Judah, right? The prophet Isaiah, right, was known to them. Right? This is why we find so many links. What you think? Right? Right here. Let's bring out this verse here. Let's go to the KJV light. For Yahweh shall comfort Zion. He shall do what? Right? The same word that elsewhere, Naham, is often used as repent. Sometimes when it says, and repent to the Lord, right? But notice what the word really means. It's a twofold sense, right? Twofold sense of it. So we have to read the context. Let's scroll down here, right? In one sense, for Yahweh to repent, right, himself is to sigh, to breathe strongly. By implication, to be sorry. It's like, remember Mr. T used to be like, he pitied the fool, right? He pitied the fools, like in the flood time, pity them, right? You know, feel sorry for them, right? Or at least he felt sorry for the righteous remnant that he spared in the favorable sense, to pity, to console. But in a reflexive sense, right, his naham can be to rule, right, or to avenge. So in the sense of the flood, right, he kind of pitied them, but there needed to be a judgment. But here, in the use of naham, right, naham, the root word for menachem is the Hebrew for comforter, right? Yahweh shall comfort Zion. Remember, Zion said, right? Zion said, our soul, right? One heart, one soul. Our soul. She said what? That Yahweh has done what? He has forsaken me, right? He has forgotten me, right? But now, then, right? Jeremiah, and the word in Jeremiah's prophecy, right? And Lamentations. But now Yahweh shall comfort Zion, right? He will comfort all her waste places, everything that the Babylonians had torn down, and he will make her wilderness like what? Like what? He's gonna make her wilderness her mead bar. Here in the fourth book of Moshe, the mead bar, the wilderness, the pasture lands, right? Like what? Like Eden. This also proves that when we find wilderness in the scripture, it's not always speaking of a desert. The word for desert is Araba, like the Arabia, Araba, right? Araba, right? That's a dry desert place. But a wilderness, right, is not necessarily always that. And this is the proof right here. He will make her wilderness like Eden, like Eden, like Eden, the garden of what? Eden, like Eden, eastward in Eden. He planted the garden, so there was the Eden, and then on the east side there was a garden. So Eden was bigger than the garden. I don't think you heard me. Eden was bigger than the garden. But he says he will make her wilderness like Eden. He says eastward in Eden, right? So Eden is the place, and then on the east side, the garden. And her desert, and her, you see the word desert, right? Araba, and her Araba, her desert, the Arabia, Araba, right? And her desert like the garden of Yahweh. This is why many of us think that from Ethiopia, right, the east of the river Nile, Ethiopia, East Africa, Arabia, over in that area was the Eden that we find, written about, within the first book of Moshe, right? Like the garden of Yahweh, like the garden of who? Like the garden of Yahweh. Didn't Yahweh plant that garden? He's the gardener, right? Mary Magdalene thought she had saw a gardener, right? In the resurrected Moshiach, Yeshua. Joy and gladness shall be found therein. What's going to be found there? Joy and gladness shall be found therein. Thanksgiving, Todah. Thanksgiving, confession and praise, Todah. Put your hands up, right? Todah. What is Todah? Todah properly is the extension of the hand. Putting your hands up, put your hands up as a sign of a vowel, as a sign of adoration, right? Specifically of the choir of the worshipers, right? Those who are in worship, right? Giving Torah. And look at it says, and the voice, the call Zimra, the call of the Zimra, and the voice of the Isis, the voice of melody. So here, Zamru ala Yahuwah Bikinor, we call the Zimra, here, to the 6th verse right here to close his second to last section. Acclaim him, right? Applaud and a Lord and applaud. Lord and the wild verse, with trumpets, right? With trumpets and sound of a coronet. Make a joyful noise. Lifnei Yahuwah HaMelech, before he who be, the king, the Negus, even Negus and Neges. Here it says, Ba'hatzotzrot, we call a shofar, Hari'u, Lifnei HaMelech Yahuwah. Here, let's break this down. Okay, you see the English translation, right, says with trumpets. Now, often we talk about the ram's horn. That is one of the two types of, for lack of a better word, trumpet, right? The word here is the hatzotzera. Hatzotzera, a singular one, hatzotzerot, plural. What kind of trumpet is this? This is the silver trumpets. So right here, the hatzotzera is the silver trumpets. So there were the silver trumpets. I think here in Numbers by Midbar, it's going to break down the signals for the camp. And it's going to show the different signals. There'll be the two silver trumpets and how they will be blown in the sequence and how the tribes of Israel will know who to break forward, break camp, and how they would move, right? The signals, right? So here it's saying with trumpets, or with the silver trumpets, and with the sound, with the call or the voice, the sound, the noise, the voice of coronet. So you see the word coronet. In the Hebrew, the word for horn is karen. But here we have the word shofar, because the shofar is the ram's karen. Karen is horn. Karen, the ram's horn is the shofar. So that means in this time of giving thanks and praise, everything is coming out, like the shofar, right? And the silver horns, the hatzotzerot. That's why it says right here, it says ba hatzotzerot, by way of the silver horns, right? The silver horns would call, and the voice of the shofar, hari'u, They said, make a joyful noise. Remember the ruah, right? With trumpets and sound of the horn, right? Sound of the horn, right? Ruah. Make a joyful shout, right? Lifnei, before, right? Lifnei, in the presence of, Lifnei HaMelech, in the presence of the king, Yahuwah, he who be, who he be. Here. We have trumpets made of silver. That's in Numbers chapter 10. Numbers chapter 10, verse 2. For the trumpets, the Chatzotzarot, right? In Numbers chapter 10, verse 2. The horn, the shofar is the ram's horn, known as the shofar, or called here in the KJV, called here the coronet. Once again, bachatzot, bachatzot, we call a shofar, hariu, lifnei hamelech, Yahweh. Here, to the final section, verses 7 to 9, the Zain. The seventh verse here, concluding today's daily psalm right here. May all nature, right? May all creation join in the Isis, join in the praises, join in the chant, join in the praise. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein, right? The fullness, all it contains, and all it contains. Now, the word for world here, that sometimes, many times, it gets confused, right, in the Hebrew. Some confuse the olam world. There's the olam world, and there's the tevel world, right? The olam world and the tevel world. The world here is the tevel. As we mentioned before, we'll mention again that the tevel, when we get to the roots, we know that it's speaking about the earth as the moist and inhabitable portions, the well-watered places of the earth, the places of the earth that have like water and river. And we know that ancient civilizations often seem to emerge, from, rivers, places where they had lots of water. You know what I mean? Those good places, the ideal places when people want to go on the vacation places. Why? There's a lot of water there. That's why it says right here, as moist, the moist places, the inhabitable portions. I mean, you could be in Antarctica. You could live there, but it's not really a very habitable place. You're not going to find a lot of people habitating with you, right? So this word comes from this right here, Yabal, which kind of links with the sense of jubilee, jubal from Yabal, right? To bring forth, to conduct. But when we scroll it down and we get to the root sense, the ancient sense is to flow. What flows? Water, right? The flow, right? So the Tebel is like the inhabitable portions, right, of the earth. The good places, the high places of the earth. Yiram Hayam. The Yam is the sea. Yam Hayam, the sea, right? Yiram. Ra'am means like to thunder. Ra'am. Yiram Hayam. Yiram Hayam, to thunder. May the sea thunder, right? The sound of thunder, like tremble, but thunder, to tumble, right? To be agitated. The crash of thunder is the Ra'am, right? So the sense of the sea being like, turned up, right? Yiram Hayam Melo and Melo and all of its fullness, all of its melo, fullness, melo, his fullness, melo, fullness, melo, all of his fullness, everything that's in, the sea. So the sea be turned up, right, and everything that's in the sea. Tevel, the inhabitable portion, which is world, is talking about the inhabitable portion, the moist places of the earth, right? Where Yoshbe Yoshbe Bah. With and Yoshbe, and the seaters Bah, Baha. With Yoshbe Baha, with Yoshve Vah. Right? And those who seat up, to say those who dwell. When it says dwell, it's from the Yashab Yoshbe. Yoshbe are the dwellers of Baha, Bah, Bah, Be in Ah, her, Bah, Baha, in her, and all those that dwell in her. Which then makes us go back over here and we look at the Tabal. Tabel is female. That's why it says with Yoshbe Bah, and all those who dwell in her. Dwell in who's the her? In the world, but really in the inhabitable portions, right, of the earthly plane. So here, to this verse right here, Yir'am Hayam Omelo Tevel, with Yoshve Bah, right? May the sea roar, Yir'am Hayam, right? And all of all of his fullness. So it's like the sea roaring and all that dwells in him, and the inhabitable portions of the earth, and they who are in her, right? They who are in her, right? So we have this from Psalm 96, around about the 10th, 11th verse, right? The world therein. We have this from the first day Psalm 24. Psalm 24, right? Psalm 24, the first verse. The earth is Yahweh's and all of her fullness, the world and they that dwell in her. Right there. Yiram Hayamu Melo Tevela with Yoshbe Baha. Here to the 8th verse right here. Chet verse right here. Next to last verse. May the floods clap their hands. May the floods clap their hands. Clap hands. Actually, the word there is not there. So more correctly be, may the floods clap hands. May they clap hands. May the hills be joyful together. Niharot. The Nahar, a stream, a river. Niharot, the streams, the rivers, right? Niharota, Yimachau, Kaf. Yimchau, Kaf. Yimchau, Kaf. Make they do what? Macha. May they macha, strike. Macha, Yimchau. May they strike. Yimchau. May they strike, may they clap. Yimchau, right? Rub, strike the hands together in exaltation. In exaltation. There we go, right there. Kaf. Here, the kaf, right? Here we have the kaf right here. Here we have the kaf right here. Here, where it says right here. Where are we right here? It says Yim Chau Kaf. Neharot, the streams, the rivers. Yim Chau, make they clap together. Kaf. The palm. It's like the rivers have a palm of their hand. The kaf is the palm part of the yad. The yad is the hand. The kaf is the palm, the open, the hollow part of the hand. Right? That's how we clap hands, right? Neharota yimachau kaf yachad together as one. Yachad harim, the mountains, more correctly, the mountains together, right? Yiranen, may they be joyful. Yiranen, Yachad harim Yiranen. May they be joyful. So here it says hills, more correctly in the Hebrew mountains. May the mountains, in a sense, sing for joy. Yachad. Sing for joy. How? Yachad. And unitedness and togetherness, all together now. What do we have here? The floods clapping their hands. What is this a description of? This is a description, a word picture of the crashing of the waves on the shore. The crashing of the waves on the shore, right? Neharota Yimachau Kaf, right? In Isaiah Yeshaya, in Isaiah 55 and 12. Since we go into Isaiah before, let's just complete this here a little, there a little. 55 and 12. Basic English, simple English, KJV light. For y'all shall go out with joy. How we go out? Go out with joy. With what? With joy. And be led forth with peace. With what? With peace. The mountains and the hills. You check it? The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you into singing, right? And all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. Whoa. What's the emphasize the point right here? Here it says Kia be simcha. Ki be simcha tetsu. We shall exodus. Be simcha in happiness and gladness. Ki be simcha tetsu. Ua be shalom, and in shalom to balloon, right? Like to return, to come back, right? Harim are the mountains. Where ha gibaot, the Giba'ah is a hill, and gibaot are hills. So sometime in the English KJV they'll call something a hill, and it's actually a mountain. But here it says Harim where ha gibaot Yifatzechua lifnei kem, right? And the mountain, the hills, they're gonna be like bursting out, right? You remember the patzah, pitzochu, to break forth, like breaking forth into song. Yifatzechu lifnei kem. Before kem, the kem is like saying you all, so the word is saying to us. So it's like the hills and the mountains are gonna be breaking out in song, right, from before us, right? Rina, in joy, Rina in singing. We call Atzeh, and all Atzeh, and all the trees of Atzeh Hasadeh, and all the trees of the field. We call Atzeh Hasadeh, right? Yimachau Kaf. So here, the same phrase we have here, in the same contextual, right? Yimachatsu, Yimchau kaf. They will clap their hands. Full of the verse, about to break down. Kia besimcha tetzeu, ua bishaloma tuvaluna, heharima, wiha gibaota, yifatzechua lifnekem marina. We call Atzeya Hasadeh Yimachau Kaf, will clap their hands. Right here. So the mountains are called upon here, right? Here, right? False translation, right? Har, they have as mountain BDB, but more correctly, it's the mountain. Or it can be a range of hills, right? In that sense, like a big range of hills that kind of forms a mountain. The idea is mountain here, right? So KJV here should be made the mountains, Harim. May the Harim, may they sing for joy together. So the mountains are called upon to sing, right? And the trees, even compared with Isaiah 55 and 12, and the trees of the forest, right? The Atzei Hasadeh, the trees of the field, rather. Sadeh is the field, could be a forest, but Sadeh a field. The trees of the field to clap their hands. And here, the final verse right here, the Tate's verse right here. This section is a call to all nature, to all the natures and nature, right? All nature to join I, right? In praise and Isis before Yahweh, right? For he cometh to judge the earth with righteousness. Shall he judge the world and the people with equity, right? Notice the world here is Tebel here, which is not talking about the world. Like I said, many confuse the Olam world, and the Tevel world. The Olam world, because sometimes behind the word world is Olam, right? But here, behind the word world is Tevel. And Tevel are the inhabitable, right, portions of the earth, namely the moist places. Places with good climate and good atmosphere and a lot of water, those kind of places, right? Yes. So right here, let's bring out the Ivrit, the Hebrew of this final verse. It says, Lifnei Yahuwah. Kiba lifnei, in the face, for the face of, before the presence, before the perception, in the POV of Yahuwah, right? The POV lifnei Yahuwah. Kiba, ki for ba, because ba, kiva, because ba, for he comes. Kiba, here's ba from bo, right? Bo, right? He had gone in, he entered in. Kiba, for he comes in, he enters in, right? He enters in, he's about to intervene, right? Interposition himself, right? For the fulfillment of his word. Lifnei Yahweh Kiba, lishpot, lishpot, for he cometh to Shaphat. He cometh to Shaphat. He cometh to judge, to govern, to vindicate. He come to vindicate some, right? To render some as innocent, to vindicate them, right? Give them the righteousness, right? And for others, he come to punish, right? To punish, right? To decide the controversy, to execute judgment, vindicating, right? To vindicate. Some will be vindicated, made righteous, innocent, declared innocent. Some will be condemned and punished. This is often looked at as the theophanic, theo, God, phanic, phanos, revealed. Theophanic, when God reveals, the Advent, when God reveals himself for final judgment. You know how this is looked at right here, to judge, right? But the simple idea of lishpot from Shaphat is to judge. That is to say, to pronounce sentence. He's going to pronounce sentence. For some on the right hand, the right hand and the left hand side. You remember what Robeno taught us, right? To pronounce sentence for those, in favor of those, or against those, right? By implication, to vindicate some, right? And to punish others, right? The extended sense of the lishpot is to govern. In a passive sense, it can mean to litigate. Like that's why it says that Moshiach, the high priest, Kohen Gadol, he is our advocate. That means he can go to bat for us. He can litigate for us, right? So here, Lifnei Yahuwah, before he who be, Kiba, for he cometh, Lishpot Haaretz. He comes to judge the Aretz, to judge the land, to judge the earth, to judge the earthly plane. Yishpot, Tevel, to judge the inhabitable portions of the earth, the moist places of the earth. Bitzedek, it was tzedek, right? Tzedek, with rightness, what is right, what is righteous, right? And proper weights. Yahweh used accurate weights and measures. The righteousness in government, right? Pertaining to the judges, the rulers, the king, pertaining to Torah, right? Pertaining to the Davidic king, right? To even the king Messiah. Instead of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem, the seat of just governing, even the seat to Jerusalem, New Jerusalem. Tzedek here is also an attribute of Yahweh. Who he be? He be Tzedek. He be righteousness, rightness, right? In the ethical sense, just want to break down, build the word so one can see the full, right? Of Elohim as covenant keeping. Yahweh Elohim, Eloheinu, he keeps his covenant by his redemption, redeeming, the redeemer, kinsman redeemer, right? In name of messianic king, in the name of the messianic king, of people enjoying salvation, and one Gentile only, according to scripture, who is called Moshiach, and therefore linked with Yahweh's righteousness, right? With Yahweh's righteousness, and that was Cyrus, Remember Cyrus, he was the Persian king. He had beat up Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians when we were in captivity for the 70 years to the Babylonians. Isaiah the prophet prophesied about this Gentile named Koresh, Cyrus. So he comes along and he beats up, right, Nebuchadnezzar, right, and Persia beats and defeats Babylon. And then he opens the way for the remnant to return during Ezra and Nehemiah, as Yeshaya the prophet had prophesied. Right there. So rightness, right? And you saw where it says also that rightness right there, scroll down here, figuratively can be prosperity, equity, right? In the abstract sense, equity. In a natural law, moral law, legal law, rightness, right? Abstractly, equity. In the figurative sense, is tzedek, like as we say, Malkia Tzedek, Melchizedek, the king of righteousness, of tzedek. This is this word here, tzedek, right? So how is he going to judge, right, the world, right, the Tevel, more correctly, the Tevel, the inhabitable places of the earth, right? He's going to judge them with tzedek, right? And the people, where Amin. Actually, false translation there. It says people, singular, but the Hebrew says where Amin. The Amim and the Amim. Am is a singular. Amim with the Yod Mim. Amim means peoples. More correctly, peoples. Right? To say almost like peoples, congregated groups. Right? Peoples. Right? As Yisrael is known as Amo, his people. So Yisrael is Amo. And then we have Amim. We have peoples. And the peoples with equity. This is why it's a call from Israel, right? For all, right? For all, right? All nature, all creation. We're saying that the men and people don't want to hear us, but when they see his work in creation, maybe then they'll listen, right, to our thanks and praise. So right here, this fulfillment verse right here, we have Lifnei Yahweh Kiba Lishpot Haaretz Yishpot Tevel Bitzedek Ve'amim Bit Meisharim, and the peoples and the Amim, the peoples, right? So this is not just Yisrael. This is the additional other peoples. Because remember, he's already dealing with Amo. He deals with Amo, his people, Amo Yisrael. But here it says we're Amim and peoples, right? Be Meisharim, right? And peoples with Meisharim. What is Meisharim? This word equity. Equity. In the Hebrew, Meisharim is in the dual plural. Meisharim. Meisharim, the dual plural. Here is from Meishar, the root word Meishar. Meishar, the root word in the verse, Meisharim. With Amim, ben Meisharim, right? With evenness, uprightness, straightness, equity, evenness, level upness. So you're going to judge the people with level upness, right? Uprightness, levelness, evenness, right? Meishar, right? Rectitude. This comes from the favorite word, right? Yashar. Yashar, not the noun, right? But the verb. Yashar, to be right, to be straight, to be level, to be upright, to be just, lawful, smooth, that which is pleasing, agreeable, straightforward, but that which is upright, that which is level, right? You see, like when you look at the Gentiles, they have the idol of justice, whatever goddess they think it is, right? And you notice her scales are always lopsided. You notice that? Go to law buildings, legal buildings, and they'll have like some idol holding scales, and scales are always upside, like they're never balanced. You notice that right there, right? Notice this word here. It says he's gonna judge b'meisharim, with equity. Now, 96 and 13. Want to compare this last verse right here with 96 and 13 for the seal up right here, to show how these psalms go together. Before Yahweh, for he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world, the Tevel, with righteousness and the people with his truth. So you see how this verse here in 96 and 13 is almost identical, right? So here it says, Lifnei Yahweh, Kiba, Lishpot Aharetz. Yishpot tevela b'tzedek ve'amin be'emunato. So in 98, right, and 9, it says be'meisharim, with levelness, right, with equity, with levelness, right. Over here, it says ve'amin, and the peoples, right, be'emunato. Remember the word emuna can also be translated as emet is usually the word for truth, right? Although emuna usually the word for faith, right? But true faith is based on trust and truth, right? Emuna, right? The sense of this is the word for faith, emuna, right? Emunato, right? So another way of rendering this verse, and he will judge the peoples in his faithfulness, in his true faith. All right. Yes, Yahweh has faith. Of course, he has true faith because he is true. And his firmness, fidelity, steadfastness, steadiness. Where he went down in this word right here, fidelity. You know, when they say semper fi, right? Always faithful, always sure. Right here. So this is the last verse. Now, this is repeated, as we know, in 98 and 9. To judge, right, means to rule over, to judge, right? Shafat, lishpot, right? Judging, note this here for the outro. Judging has no terrible sound to a Hebrew, one who is truly in the Hebrew faith, right? Judging does not have a terrible sound like, like it does. You can't judge me, right? Don't judge me, right? Actually, a lot of times when people be saying things about you and they want to be, they kind of want to be a judge, right? Y'all, and we sometimes be making their opinion like a judgment in our heart and mind. But they're not really judging. They're just giving you an opinion. Maybe a biased opinion, maybe a prejudiced opinion, maybe their own personal opinion, maybe a self-righteous opinion, maybe just some opinion. But to judge, like we have to get off of this, like, don't judge me. To even say it is stupid. Because somebody, they're not really judging you. In fact, the Babylonians judge us more than men and people that might just say, oh, I don't like him because he this, he that, he does this, that. They're just giving you their opinion, right? Can they sentence you to death? Can they sentence you to imprisonment? Can they garnish from you wages and take back from you property? You know what I'm saying? That's real judgment. So we have to get off this foolishness about this, oh, you can't judge me. I mean, it's kind of laughable in a sense. Right? People just giving you their opinion, right? Sometimes a strong opinion. That's why in the New Covenant says, let no man judge you, right? Don't get twisted. Don't get it twisted, right? Yeah, they're giving you their opinion and they're acting like they want to be a judge, right? But do they have power, right, over life or death, over resources? Can they render a decision to vindicate you, make you innocent, right, and back it up? You know what I mean? Or can they condemn you as guilty and back it up? Can they execute judgment? Can they decide a controversy? Can they vindicate one and condemn and punish the other? Right? Maybe in their head they do. You know what I mean? But that there is something different than judge, right? How they pronouncing a sentence, and they're pronouncing a sentence based on what Torah, based on what law are they pronouncing a sentence, right? You know what I mean? And who has put them in the power to act on it? So people give their opinions or their biased opinions, or it could be a correct opinion. If somebody told you something that's true, right? Well, then that's a good thing there. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But they come with, their prejudice. So there's a difference between judgment and prejudice, prejudgment, prejudgment in that sense. One's prejudgment. So let's get off of that, right? So here it says, Lifnei Yahuwah kiba lishpot aharetza yishpot tebela b'tzedek ve'amim be'emunato. So judging, shafat, right, does not have a terrible sound, right, to a real Hebrew, one who is in the Hebrew faith, one who's in the way, the truth, and the life. With righteousness shall he judge the poor. We have that in Yeshaya, right, in Isaiah chapter 9, in Isaiah chapter 9. Let's touch on that right here, right? We can't leave Yeshaya, right? Alone right here for this here 4, right? Let's go to verse 4 so we can compare scripture with scripture here a little and there a little, right? It says right here, was Isaiah, that I read the Roman numbers correctly? Let's go over it. My bad. It was actually 11. 11. I misread the Greek, the Roman numbers. All right, 11. All right. So a drunk man, can walk straight and a sober man can stagger. Forgive me, pardon me for my stagger right there. Okay. No, I'm not drunk in that sense, but my mistake. Here it says, but with righteousness shall he judge the poor. Uh-oh. With what? With righteousness. And reprove with equity the meek of the earth, of the land, of the earth. And he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth. Remember his majesty, the elect of God, said before the nations, the Goyim, the Gentiles, the league of Goyim, the league of Gentiles, the league of nations, right? The match that has been struck in Ethiopia, right? Among the Israelites of Ethiopia and the lion of the tribe of Judah, but the flames will burn Europe. They all laughed, right? They all laughed when he spoke that word. But see how that word came to pass. And he shall smite the earth, the land, and Europe shall burn, right? The second woe, with the rod of his mouth. The what of his mouth? The rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips. The breath of his lips shall he do what? Shall he slay the wicked? Shall he slay the ratchet? But notice when it says right here, right? Reprove is to argue, like in court, right? So when his majesty went to plead the cause, right, of the Davids versus the Goliaths, of the smaller nations, right, against the greater, right? The greater against the smaller, sleeker. But actually in the judgment, it will be the smaller against the greater. Here it says, where shafat abis tzedek dalim, where hokiyacha be shore, link with the mesharim, Bimishora le anveya aretza. Where hika, he's gonna knock a hit, right? Where hika eretz, hit the land, hit the earth. Where hika eretza be shebet, with the shebeta pio, with the rod of his mouth, with the staff of his mouth. U be ruach. Ruach, right? And by way of the spirit, the ruach, ruach, sifatayo, and by the spirit of his lips, yamit rasha, he's going to dead on, right? Cause them to be mute on them, dead on them, yamit rasha. He's going to dead on the wicked. Someone says kill the wicked, right? Or slay the wicked. Is the yamit from mut. Mut means to die, to kill. We like to translate it in the Hebrew way. He's going to dead on, right? He's going to dead on the rasha, dead on the defiant, dead on the wicked, the criminal, the guilty. Now, when it says the rod of his mouth, the shebet, and talk about the Lion of Judah and how the staff will not pass, right, until Shiloh, right, the one to whom it belongs. So the staff, that rod, and he went against who? They went against the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Just to show even right there a fulfillment of that word. You know what I mean? Right? Of that word right there. So here. So judging does not have a terrible sound. On the contrary, when it's Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be, who is Ha-Shofet, who is the judge, the true judge. Elohei Ha-Elohim, the God of gods, the judge of judges. The occasion, when it's he who be is judging, the occasion is one for universal, non-partial gladness. He will judge the right. He would judge righteousness. He would judge by what? Righteousness. Another quotation that we have actually from Psalm 9 and 9. Psalm 9 and 8, Psalm 9 and 9. Faithfulness. Here, once again, the word truth here, emuna. Let's see if any of the other translations brought this out. They say truth here, right? The hard copy says faithfulness, right? Well, elsewhere we can see the translation faithfulness, right? They say truth. Emuna is faith. Here they say reliability, right? Reliability, right? Faith, right? Faithfulness. And now BBE gets it right over here, though we don't agree with them always. But here they get it kind of correct. Before Yahuwah, for he is coming, he is coming. Lifnei Yahuwah kiba, for he is coming kiba, because he is coming. Lishpot aharet, to judge the earth, right? He will judge the world. Yishpot atevel, then have the portions of the world b'tzedek, in righteousness. We'amim, and you see the peoples here. You notice how it's peoples here. In his faithfulness, we'amim. Be'emunato, in emunato. Right here again in the KJV, they have people, the people, but really it's not the people, it's and peoples, with his truth, or more better, with his faithfulness. Right in Psalm 92:3. Right, just to prove this point about the word emuna, you see truth, emuna, to the seal up right here. Let's go back to 92, right? The Sabbath day Psalm 92. Let's go to the second verse right here, right? The second verse here. It says, to shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night, or more correctly in the Hebrew, thy faithfulness in the nights. Ba-leilot. But let's look at the word faithfulness. It's emuna. So you see how the translator used their own prerogative. Over here, they say truth, right? Usually the word is emet, like emet till, emet for truth. Here is emuna. They are linked and related, yes, because in true faith, there must be something trustworthy and truth, right? But emunato, right? So here it says emunateka. Here the Hebrew, lehagid babokar chasedeka, right? To shew forth, or to tell forward in the dawning, the break of day, in the boker, right? In the break of day, in the morning, the dawning, baboker, chasedeka, his chesed, chasedeka, the I chesed, loving kindness, elsewhere translated as mercy, we and emunatika, and thy faithfulness, baleilot, in the nights. Right, so you can see it right there, the H530. In this part, this Psalm 92:2, they translate as faithfulness. So we're just holding to the faithfulness, right? Because we already see they're wrong with the people. It's and peoples. There's no definite article there. And peoples, because it's saying what he's going to do for us and what he's going to do for and to everyone else. That he is faithful, right, to his yea, his amen, amen. And here, to today's daily psalm, right here. Yes, I, Rastafari.
Lion of Judah Society.
Interesting that transition from niggas, nega. You know, nega is like the stroke of the plague of leprosy. Negas ra'at. That last meme there, from niggas to Elohim. When you're reading Psalm 82, it's like we went from Elohim, right, from judges because of falsely dealing with judgment, in Psalm 82 to niggas. Oh.
Shabbat shalom.
And here, today's daily psalm right here, praise ye Yah.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור. שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, כי נפלאות עשה. הושיע לו ימינו וזרוע קודשו. הודיע אדוני ישועתו, לעיני הגויים גילה צדקתו. זכר חסדו ואמונתו לבית ישראל, ראו כל אפסי ארץ את ישועת אלוהינו. הריעו לאדוני כל הארץ, פיצחו ורננו וזמרו. זמרו לאדוני בכינור, בכינור וכל זמרה. בחצוצרות וכל שופר, הריעו לפני המלך אדוני. ירעם הים ומלואו, תבל ויוש ובת. נהרות ימחה וכף, יחד הרים ירננו. לפני אדוני קיווה לשפוט הארץ, ישפוט תבל בצדק ועמים במישרים.
Psalm 98. O sing unto the Lord a new song, for he hath done marvelous things. His right hand and his holy arm hath gotten him the victory. The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, 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 with equity.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור, 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 מזמור.
O sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, 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 חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, 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 עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, his holy arm, his holy arm, his holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, 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 ימינו.
Hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, קודשו, קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, with equity, with equity.
Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, and the Chag HaShavuot Sameach. Beautifully good harvest. May you harvest enough fruit of the Holy Spirit. Here in the season, reason for the season. Here on the outro right here. We're going to go with the English again and seal up with the Royal Amharic right here from the King of Kings Bible, Book of the Seven Seals right here. Praise ye Yah, Rastafari. Yes, I, Bashem Yeshua. Yes, I. Oh.
Psalm 98. O sing unto the Lord a new song, for he hath done marvelous things. His right hand and his holy arm hath gotten him the victory. The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity.
መዝሙር 97 በቅንፍ 98 የዳዊት መዝሙር። ለእግዚአብሔር አዲስ ምስጋናን አመስግኑ፣ እግዚአብሔር ታምራትን አድርጓልና፣ ቀኙ የተቀደሰም ክንዱ ለእርሱ ማዳን አደረገ። እግዚአብሔር ማዳኑን አስታወቀ፣ በአሕዛብም ፊት ጽድቁን ገለጠ። ለያዕቆብ ምሕረቱን ለእስራኤልም ቤት እውነቱን አሰበ። የምድር ዳርቻዎች ሁሉ የአምላካችንን ማዳን አዩ። ምድር ሁሉ ሆይ ለእግዚአብሔር እልል በሉ፣ አመስግኑ፣ ደስ ይበላችሁ፣ ዘምሩ። ለእግዚአብሔር በመሰንቆና በዝማሬ ድምፅ ዘምሩ። በዋሽንትና በመለከት ድምፅ በንጉሥ በእግዚአብሔር ፊት እልል በሉ። ባሕርና ሞላዋ ዓለምም በእርሷም የሚኖሩ ይናወጡ። ወንዞችም በአንድነት በእጅ ያጨብጭቡ። ተራሮች ደስ ይበላቸው፣ በምድር ሊፈርድ ይመጣልና። ለዓለምም በጽድቅ ለአሕዛብም በቅንነት ይፈርዳል።
Shabbat Salam, Shabbat Shalom.
Yes. Wanted to share this on the outro. Trying to just do this board right here. Yes. Yes. Okay. Trying to share this one here. Whoa. Yes. Okay, I'll share the audible. I'll work it out. Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Salam, family. Right here. Yeah. Yes, I, Rastafari. Have a pleasant, peaceful Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom. Meborak.
Shabbat Salam, Shabbat Shalom.